Oh, hey, down. Up. You're a little freak, bro. It's a little weird how you could just do that so well. It's like, hey. It is on. Oh, fuck, that felt good. Oh. Ooh. Oh, that felt fucking good. Holy shit. That felt amazing. Yeah. Yes, big boy. I think you're wanting that. You can't do as me as cheat now. Well, you know, fine. Fuck it. You silly little thing. Little dork. Just a little dork. Wanna be the dork that you is, boy? Why are you the way you is with your absurdity and your dorkiness? So, like, dork thing got going on? A little ridiculous. There we go. Alright, time to load off a bowl. All that fun shit. My, oh my, look at you, boy. What's with this cuteness thing that you're doing? Gosh stab. You gosh stab it with that. Like, come on, bruh. 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 Why do you push so hard for this agenda that you're doing with this cuteness shit? Like, come on, bro. It's not cute. Not cute, bro. It never was. It never will be. It's just kind of criminal, bro. I mean, seriously, dude. Like, what makes you think you can keep getting away with being cute? Silly ass cat. Or, silly ass cat. Silly ass dog. Misspeciesing my dog now. He's no longer a dog, he's a cat. Zukov be the attack cat. Zukov little attack cat, yeah. Are you a little attack cat? You're not a attack dog, you're actually a attack cat. That's what you is. Yep. 100%. Your nose is cold. Jeez, dude. Ah! It's cold. Got a cold nose. It's cold to touch, dude. Jeez. Look at this sweet little smooshy face thing. Look at you. You're ridiculous. That neck fluff. So fluffy. So fluffy. So much sweet fluff. Do you mind? Do you have to lick me? Like, bro. Why? Why do you do that? Why do you do what you do? For what and why have you done what you done? You know what? I totally forgot to put some background music on the background here. Let's do that. Let's get that going. Ominous. Now I'll start us up. Okay. Can you mind yourself? So, Doge. Jeez Louise. Come on, don't be clogged. So, Cuff, was that you or was that Bandit that opened that door? I guess I'll find out if there's a head poking out. I think that was you. Hey, what are you doing? What are you getting in there for? Hey, do you mind? Can you get out of there? Silly ass thing. It's a little Doge. Oops, shit. type of different things will be happening for the 2, Canadian Hogwatch. Probably gonna be a lot about those goddamn fucking Freedom Convoy thing, if anything. Ugh. Lame. Major oof. I saw a few comments actually on another totally irrelevant video and shit. Actually, I was speaking and like, yep, these truckers, man, sticking it up for freedom, you know, going against the tyranny. It's like, oh my god, dude. It's like, if you actually look at it, there's like hardly anyone actually fucking partaking in that shit. If anything, the majority of people are against it. Anyway. What's up, buddy? Yeah. What's up? What's up? You sweet little foof. Huh? What's up, poofball? What are you doing? Sniffing into all your treats that I shall get you over time for your cuteness and your sweetness. Look at you. You're ridiculous. Smooshy, fluffy poofiness. It's ridiculous. Smoothy, fluffy, poofy ridiculousness. And it's adorable. And it's unacceptable, and we cannot have it. We cannot have this. Look at you. We cannot have this. We cannot have this. Fucking goofy thing. I just gave you a couple treats already, so we're good for the treats for now. Silly dork. Alright. Oh, get some old bud grounded up and all that shit. Man, today at work was fucking weird. Honestly, all in all. Showed up and the vibe was just all like odd, despite it being dead as fuck. So you think it'd be honestly chiller than chill. But I guess not. I guess one of our fucking mids was being like snappy or some shit, and it's like, okay. Fucking like snapped at another coworker, so that's always exciting and fun. Of course, due to fucking like hour cut bullshit, you know, there was some confusion on the schedule and shit. So people thought I was supposed to like show up sooner than initially expected, and it was like, what? Kind of love the fucking management of corporate America. It's like, yeah, we're just gonna kind of change things last second and kind of flip flop and fuck with, you know, around with things and just, you know, do shit where it's not. Where not everyone is aware of or knows that's going on. It's like, I'm sure that makes for a functional workplace. It's like, let's, you know, just not communicate, you know, to our other workers that, like, hey, that, you know, we've made these changes and this and that and blah, 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 but nope. It's just so fucking dumb. Then it just makes the workplace even more miserable, and just that, you know, less functional to fucking be in. And, oh yeah, I'm sure that totally helps, you know, with the workplace. And making it productive and cohesive. Totally. From my understanding, it was over, like, nothing, too. There's, like, you know, one of, like, the mid I'd snapped or whatever was, like, only helping, like, you know, had like a line of 2 customers and shit, and the other person was doing something else that one of the higher management wanted her to do. And he was like, hey, can you help or whatever. You know, of course, being across from the entire fucking department on the other side, she's gonna have to yell out. So she yells out like, you know, I'm doing something here real quick. And I guess that was the catalyst. And it's just like, what? The dude who kind of snapped has anger issues as it is, but it's like, man, you gotta, like, bruh. I mean, what is with this, like, snappiness? Because apparently it's like that with, like, customers and a few other people and shit, and it's like, again, this doesn't actually make for a cohesive fucking workplace that works or is functional. I mean, it's like we're already understaffed and got issues as it is, so it's just like, I mean, we don't want to make it worse on ourselves, but if you can't get your shit together, it's like, then, what the fuck? There we go. I mean, especially with, like, the fucking working conditions of how it is, and when it comes to, at least, you know, like, worker solidarity with each other and trying to, at least, you know, keep things functional enough. I mean, that's something that needs, you know, to really be kind of like a priority. It's like, look, we got bullshit, we got problems, and we don't like being here overall, all in all, and by and by, but, like, you know, let's not try to make it worse on each other by, like, you know, getting on each other's throats and shit. Like, that's the last thing, you know, we need. So, it's like, we don't need random divisions and discourse like that in the fucking workplace. It's like, ugh. I mean, it's just like, at least it ended on a good note for tonight, but, I mean, ugh. Definitely a weird vibe day. The vibe was definitely weird. And it's like, man, I could have just been a lot more chiller. Sweet little fluff boy. Not much going on this side of things. Boo. Alright, it's over there. Sweet little fluff boy. There, get my random little things up and out. Whoops. There. Let's see. The film band's probably gonna be sneaking around, doing his thing. Let's go on this little news pop app thing. See what's going on in the news here. What's this? Hong Kong cabinet minister steps down over tapas party. A tapas party? They attended a birthday party alongside dozens of officials and lawmakers just days after the city's government called on people to avoid large gatherings and fight coronavirus outbreak. Damn. So some Hong Kong government officials decided to be a bunch of fucking hypocrites and basically resigned after being called out. Sui's resignation is, oh my god, these fucking lights. His resignation to administration of Chief Executive Carrie Lam, this time in office has been marked by a huge pro-democracy protest. Some sick got down just as transformed. Yeah. During the third birthday bash at Tapa's restaurant for Whitman Hung, a member of China's top lawmaking body, became a source of embarrassment for Lam. As her government persists as strict zero COVID policy similar to Beijing's. Lists guests emerged after health authorities traced an infected person to the party. Among more than 24 people present were a dozen top officials, including city police, immigration, and anti-corruption chiefs, as well as 20 lawmakers. Oof. While the party was not illegal at the time under Hong Kong's strict social distancing rules, the city's health chief warned people 3 days earlier to avoid large groups. So, basically stepped down because, like, we failed to set an example. So I'm just gonna step down because we were fools.
Oh, great. Snoot up the butt. Yeah, Mr. Snoot up the butt. Yeah, Mr.
Fluffy boy.
Snoot up the butt. Yeah, you bum.
You're gonna be a weirdo boy.
Ow! Oh, shit.
Hey, Zuko, come here. What are you doing, buddy? Hey, I can see what you're doing.
Yeah, you want to sneak around and get
Hey.
Snoot up my butt, huh?
Hey, Zuko, get over here. Don't be like that, you fucking weirdo.
Yeah, good Zookers.
Zuko, come here, buddy. I'll get you a little bleed. Up. Crazy ass little bouncing act, you. What, bud? Oh my goodness. That got me a little bit giddy. What's up, bud? What? Weed. Please. Weed. My goodness. Sukov, come on. Somebody ate that little treat already. I guess that, you know, also knowing him, he of course he did. Knowing that little sucker mutt. My God. Good boy.
Hey, you big bum.
Good boy. Look at you.
Bum.
You sweet little thing.
Yeah. That's a good Zookers. Yeah. That's a good Zookers. I swear you were some curls.
Also, there was like the other day that like cat straight up like lunged at him. Like, and he like just finished using a litter box, and of course he, you know, I'm like opening the door to go to garage as he's trying to come inside, and he gets all freaked out and shit, and like lunges at him and tries, you know, and all this shit. Fucking little psycho cat.
I'm gonna lunge at the kitties myself. So. Well, you three just like just lunge and want to play type of. No, the kitties don't have anything to do about it. They're just like,
Well, and here's Zukov, like he fucking like pretty much got like assaulted.
he really wants to play with the kitties.
Yeah, Bandit actually will kind of be playful back, but standoffish nonetheless, but Curly, though, like, he just will be straight up defensively aggressive. Or just aggressive. Oh my God. Cute. Sweet little baby. That sweet little baby.
Yeah, you like that, don't you?
With all the stick fluff. Thick fluff boy.
Yeah, you like that.
Sweet happy little boy. Twisty. Delicious. What is this? What is this? Small looking fires begin lit on railway tracks in Chicago. So they don't freeze. This method is routinely used to avoid disruption of train services during cold winter months. Whoa. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I heard like the fucking East Coast and shit, like Massachusetts has like literal like full-on power outages and shit because of their fucking, it's like the winter storms over there hitting them hard. Like we got hit hard last year, and now the East Coast is getting hit with it. It's like fuck, bro, including the, you know, Midwest too. But I mean, I guess that's not necessarily unusual. But still, that also looks pretty dope. Looks like fucking, you know, like the, you know, DeLorean just like kind of fucking like made its way. Just like left its tracks and shit. I mean, it looks pretty cool, honestly. And I wouldn't think it would have any damage done to the tracks or the wheels or nothing like that. It's not like it's meant to be a hot flame necessarily. It's like one of those low temp flames because they're, you know, looks like they're nice and red. That's pretty cool. Why don't we adopt these methods? Like, what the fuck? Like, because every now and then when shit freezes over, it's like, oh, can't use the services now. It's all fucked. It's like, oh. You'd think we'd be able to like figure that shit out too a little bit, but I guess not. Like, so much shuts down when there's snow. It's like, We can't handle it here. We're gonna go like 3 times slower than we normally do. And just be extra cautious. It's like, I mean, it's like, I mean, like, hey, I mean, it's snow. I mean, it's a little, you know, it's shit you got, you know, be, cautious with. But I mean, come on now, just get your fucking, get your snow tires on. Bada bing, bada boom, or get the chains on, get the snow chains on, I mean, you just gotta learn how to adapt and overcome. But people around here are just like, oh God, what do? I don't know what I'm doing. I remember last year there was all sorts of fucking just like shit where people just did not know how to drive in any of it. Like, I'd find myself just going out of my way to try to help some people just because it's like, oh my God, just trying to see y'all do this shit, it's just kind of sad. It's like, come on. Not sure, remember, like, I think it was either last night or earlier this morning, I was going to check out Kid Rocka's. He made some weird, like, new song called We the People, and it's just like, oh my God. I decided to listen to it on my own, and I kind of regret it. Well, I don't just kind of regret it, I really do just instantly regret it, because it just sounded so horrible. It was just straight up fucking tripe. It was pretty pathetic, honestly. But so many of these weird little MAGA chuds love it, though. Like, the comments were just reeking full of just like, you're telling it how it is, brother, that's right, yeah, it's like, that's right, Patriot Kid Rock, blur. It's like, oh my God. It's like that sad sop, bro, and they're all like, yeah, Kid Rock, I tell you what, brother. I mean, I honestly wish we could listen to it, but, I mean, of course, there'd be some copyright shit, with that. Because knowing Kid Rock, he'd be extra stingent about that shit, because it's like, no, it's mine. This ain't communism. Fuck you. So, it's like, the lyrics, though, are just fucking great. And what's so weird is that, like, on one hand, like, if you take some of the lyrics out of context, it sounds like it's actually kind of, like, politically somewhat of a lefty song, where, because I don't want to spoil it quite yet, actually. We'll just get right into it here, because I have it right here. I haven't bothered clicking it yet. Because, oh my God, this is a gem. Like, seriously, the lyrics for this are just a gem. I'm actually using this specifically, Mike's coverage of it, because his version of doing the lyrics is amazing. I saw some of it.
For you all today, I have a treat for you today.
A treat.
So, I'm not sure if you've heard about this yet, but apparently Kid Rock is back, and he has another anthem for us. It's called...
And we'll have a palate cleanser, too, because I found out Wheeler Walker Jr., the bisexual outlaw country guy, like... one of the few actual good country artists. Like, I actually found out he did a COVID Blues song back in, I think, 2020 or like 2021 or something, and it actually sounds good. And it's like, I never knew about this, and it's like, how, like, I'm honestly wondering to myself, like, how did I not know about this? Like, I listen to him on a somewhat regular basis, so it's like, I mean, it's like, how did I not know about it?
So just by We the People, you know that with this cringy name, it's going to be some weird American exceptionalist bullshit or some sort of, I don't know, conservative anthem. I'm not sure.
It is.
Either way, we can't listen to it, unfortunately, because I don't want to get copyright claimed. That being
I wish
said,
you could.
I do have the lyrics. Now, before we get into this, let me ask you all, do you think it's going to be more or less cringeworthy than Tom McDonald? Because I feel like it's not going to be as cringeworthy as Tom McDonald, but it's still...
Tom McDonald, objectively, will forever be cringier. I'm sorry.
Going to be pretty difficult to get through. It's definitely going to be more cringy, or less cringy, I should say, than Buddy Brown, country conservative sensation. But the one that I'm really wondering is this more cringeworthy than Tom McDonald? I think it will be, but we'll kind of judge together. It seems like we have a lot of Kid
Fuck you messages, not sending messages.
Rock fans in the chat.
I saw that. I saw
Lots
that
of people very
notification.
enthusiastic about Kid Rock. Okay. We the People
By Kid Rock.
Sir Kid Rock.
Sir Kid
We the
Rock
people
III.
in all we do reserve the right to scream, fuck you. That's true. We can actually do that.
That is true,
Because
yes.
of the First Amendment. I'm really glad
The
that
freedom
you
of expression,
acknowledged that.
yes.
We can
Acknowledgement,
scream,
yeah, yes.
Indeed.
Yes, that's quite.
Hey, yeah. Ow. Hey, yeah. Huh? Okay. I feel like there could be a little bit more nuance and substance here, but, we're just getting started. Wear your mask, take your pills. Now a whole generation's mentally ill. Okay, so if you wear a mask during a global pandemic, apparently you are mentally ill.
Yep.
According
Got
to
him.
Kid Rock. Hey, yeah, man. Fuck Fauci.
Got him.
This is so edgy. He said fuck Fauci.
Fuck Fauci.
Wow.
Got him.
Wow. This is really like
We're
it's
about to
coming
cut some butter with that edge. Yeah.
out of the gates swinging. This is incredible.
We're going in swinging, boys. Let's go. Gonna cut that butter up good.
In the beginning of the song. I'm not sure if this is the first verse. I'm not sure.
Off to a good
Maybe
start.
This is the first verse. This is the chorus, I'm guessing, or the bridge. Let's see some Let's Go Brandons, but let's go. Basically, let's start here. But COVID's near. It's coming to town. We gotta act quick. Shut our borders down. Actually, there's been at least a couple of studies that show that shutting down the borders isn't actually the most effective way to deal with COVID-19 because you end up inhibiting the transmission of supplies across borders, PPE and whatnot, so that's actually not the best thing to do. Joe Biden does, the media embraces. Big Don does it, and they call him a racist. Well, I mean...
What? We gotta act quick, shut our borders down. Joe Biden does, the media embraces. Don does it, and they call him a racist. Because Don is a racist when he does that shit, and Joe Biden is too when he does it as well. So, I mean, it's just like... I mean, you didn't get him there, Kid Rock. I don't want to live on this planet anymore. I mean, me neither.
Donald Trump is racist. He literally is a racist. And he shut down the borders back in March of 2020. That was like the only thing
and also, like, at least when it came to, at least Trump doing that, like, he did it with China specifically first, and then he started doing it with the rest of the countries, because he was just like, oh, China! You know, so it's, like, even initially when he was like, we gotta, shut the borders about this, he was just like, no, mainly China. Even though by that point, when he was doing that, it was already taking the world. And I think also by that point, the first cases in America were already happening. So it's just like, oh.
And then he bragged about that forever. Except you didn't do anything else. You just shut down the borders because, of course, that's going to be your first instinct. Now, Joe Biden is also racist, and the media is not calling him racist. So I understand the double standard here that Kid Rock is pointing to, and I think that there is some merit to this claim. But, I mean, to imply that Trump isn't racist is very bird-brained.
They're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people.
But let's get to the chorus here. We the people.
Infamous quote, yeah.
Ooh, let's go, Brandon. This sounds sexual.
Oh, it does sound sexual. We the people. Oh, let's go, Brandon. Oh, let's go, Brandon. Oh, let's go, Brandon. And then you have Kamal in the background just saying, do not come. Do not come. Do not come.
Oh, let's go, Brandon. Am I supposed to read
let's
this
go,
one?
Brandon.
We the people. Oh, let's go, Brandon. We the people. Is he trying to fuck Joe Biden?
Okay, I got it.
Let's go.
I mean, there's three of them. I mean, it's not my fault. There's literally three over and over again.
So is he actually trying to have sexual intercourse with the President of the United States? Is this a gay anthem? Because I would not have anticipated this.
I am convinced this is a subliminal gay anthem for Joe Biden. Come on, keep playing.
We the people. Oh, let's go, Brandon.
I gotta get more drunk.
Fuck Joe Biden. That's gross. Ew. Imagine wanting to have sex with fucking
Mummy.
Joe Biden. His pussy was like...
His pussy, bro. Oh man, dude, imagine that mummified, you know, dusty ass tomb of a pussy, bro. Oh yeah, amazing, bro. Let's go, Brandon. Am I right?
It's time to stop.
Yes.
It's time to stop, okay?
It really.
No more.
No more.
Fuck Facebook. Fuck Twitter too. I agree with that.
I agree.
100%.
True.
We should
Fuck
make these,
Facebook and fuck
websites.
Twitter.
And the
Base Kid
media,
Rock.
Fuck you too.
Two.
Yeah, I see. There's no disagreement here. I don't like the mainstream media as well. Boo. Yeah, you. We the people. Oh yeah. We the people. I really want to listen to the song because I feel like I'm reading it too sexually. It's not supposed to be that sexual. I'm assuming, right? I don't know.
It really ain't, but I'm
We
convinced.
the people. Oh, let's go, Brandon. Inflation's up like the minimum wage. The minimum wage is
It's not up.
They
What?
failed to get that done. We haven't raised the
It's
minimum.
like inflation's up like minimum wage. It's like literally minimum wage has been the exact fucking same for a long fucking like what? Like that doesn't even make sense. Like it literally is not even. Oh my god! It literally is not up. It just that one's just like a mind
What are you
meld.
talking about? So it's all the same. Inflation is up because we raised the minimum wage. We didn't raise the minimum wage though. So unless I'm living in some sort of an alternate dimension, and in his dimension they did actually increase the minimum wage, and Kirsten Sinema didn't enthusiastically thumb it down, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. So it's all the same. It ain't a damn thing changed. It ain't a
Damn thing.
grammatically
What?
correct. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. You piece of shit. Damn. You piece of shit. I don't see color. Doubtful. Black
Doubtful.
Lives Matter? No shit, motherfucker. Wow, okay, so he's in
Alright.
Black Lives Matter. This is actually surprising to me.
It's just like, hey, well, Black Lives Matter. Well, of course, duh. It's like, I mean, okay, all right, bass fucking Kid Rock. I mean, this is why I find it. Maybe it's like a weird subliminal, like, you know, cry for help. Like, I actually believe in this stuff, but I don't know how to fucking come out with it. It's just like, I mean, is Kid Rock like secretly like a progressive that just wants to come out and just can't? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I feel like there's something like subliminal going on in this song a little bit. I feel like there's like some sort of like implicit, like, you know, cry for help. You know, like, hey, I you know, it's like yeah, it's like I do love Black Lives Matter. I do love this stuff, but please, help, get me out of this. I don't want to be this anymore, but I kind of have to throw some of that in here to at least let them love me still. Yeah, but come on. Please, give me an outlet and opportunity to be accepted again. It's like, I mean, honestly, you should probably just go the Wheeler Walker route and just be like, yeah, man, I'm a fucking gay outlaw country singer now. Fuck you. Masks are actually good, you fucking degenerate fucking weird sacks of shit. Like, I mean, oh my god, honestly, in a weird way, I wonder if there can be a potential redemption arc for Kid Rock. Like, comes out as either gay or bi, fucking just embraces himself, and it's just like, you know what, yeah. Black lives do matter, ACAB bitch, you know, and all this shit, like, out of nowhere. That, honestly, in a weird way, I would be like, you know what? I kind of respect. I can respect, you know, and the redemption arc has begun. But, I don't know, well, maybe the proto-redemption arc has begun, in a sense, because maybe this song is the start of it. Maybe it's like a little, just a beginning. It's like a seed. A seed that's going to begin to, you know, be fertilized and watered and sprout into a big, blossomous, gigantic redwood fucking tree. But first, it's, you know, it needs to be taken care of, you know? It needs a tender love and care. It needs the acceptance.
Affirm that Black lives do indeed matter. he would be viewed as an SJW. That's how far right the Republicans have shifted. So now he just undermines...
I know, he needs to... That's why I'm thinking, bro. Maybe it's, him secretly being like, yo, I actually am low-key like a woke, progressive SJW type, It's like, what if it is low-key? Like, I mean, by the way, I highly doubt any of this is actually true. I just want to put that out there. But, like, what if, though? It's like, you can entertain a what if, especially for a weird fuck like Kid Rock. I mean, it's just like, you never know. It's fun, at least.
He's gonna get canceled. I
mean, honestly, at this point, it's like our timeline is just so weird and off the cuff. It's just like, who knows? At this point, the universe is the oyster that it is, and it will fucking, do what it will. Like, I mean, the deterministic, outcomes of what happens in the universe have been set, and it's just, and it has been gone forth, and we just have to kind of sit here and accept its embrace. It's like, and maybe this is in the cards. It's like maybe that's part of the cards that are going to be thrown down. When the chips, come into play. You know what I mean? It's like when the next hand shows up. You never know. It's like, I got a feeling. There's, like, a weird feeling sometimes. Because, like, I try to, like, there's definitely a part of me that wants to try to see the better side of people a little bit. It's like, I want to try to see if there's, like, an inkling of, redemption or, rehabilitative possibilities. Straight up. I try to look in that, when it comes to people. And it's like, and I feel like I kind of see that in K-Rock a little bit. Especially if these lyrics... I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. They just seem very subliminally, like, like a subliminally, like, kind of gay-like lyrics. Just being honest, and very sexual too. And also, the Black Lives Matter, no shit, motherfucker. Like, that's a pretty blunt statement, when it comes to the lyrics there. It's like, Black Lives Matter, no shit, motherfucker. It's like, based, all right, So it's, I mean, I don't know. It's just like honestly, again, the reality that he's probably not, he's probably going to have this redemption arc or blah, 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 whatever the fuck I'm pontificating on. It's probably like 0 to none. Let's just be honest. But, there's like that 0.0001% chance that is a possibility. And it's just like, you know what? I'm down to roll, at least, one little bet off of that. I'm willing to throw a few chips on that. Like, all right, I'll throw a couple down. See if if it, bears some fruit here and there a little bit. You never know. I mean, hell, it might even go a little bit. It might not give me, like full winnings, so to speak, but you might, get a little, something back. Might be an equal return back. Maybe it's like, yeah, I actually do like Black Lives Matter and ACAB and shit like that, but that's because I don't like cops and blah, 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 and all this other shit. It's like, alright, well, it's at least I get kind of like, I didn't lose anything, but I didn't gain anything. It's kind of, an equal return there. So it's like, okay. But if it's a little more, it's like, oh, well, I might get some winnings, So, I feel like Kid Rock is like kind of low-key, secretly just like, got some progressivism going on. I mean, he doesn't have an outlet to do that with because his entire fucking group of fans and the people he hangs out with are a bunch of conservative dumb shits. So he can't really like bring that out, he can't just like talk about it or anything. So he has to like try to subliminally put it out in song lyrics. Like, I mean, I don't know, an interesting theory, honestly, overall, but I feel like there's at least some evidence for it right here. I mean, so at least I would say I will overall argue there's probably some merit. Maybe some of his other song lyrics have some similar shit. I don't know. I mean, if that's the case, it would be legit. I don't know. It's like I feel like there's like I said, I want to try to find, like, the good in people. And it's like, I feel like, there's a little something in there. It needs to, be fertilized and seeded a little more and shit, more properly taken care of, but, once, done so, it'll flourish and prosper. I don't know. I'm willing to hold out a little bit on that one. Realistically, it can happen, but, you gotta be optimistic a little bit.
By the way, I don't know. The structure of the song is very strange because I feel like this is the chorus, right? Then we have this, and then I'm guessing maybe this is, I don't know, just A bridge? I don't know. The structure of the song is really weird. I feel like he's just freestyling. But we gotta keep fighting for the right to be free. Sure, I totally agree.
True.
But every human being doesn't have to agree. Sure, I agree.
True.
With that as well. We all bleed red. Brother, listen to me. I'm not your brother, pal.
Yeah, I'm not your pal, buddy. I'm not your buddy, guy. I mean, it's just like... I mean, all in all, though, you know, I feel like that's just more evidence to, you know, my point right there, honestly. It's just like, we all bleed red because we're all fucking human beings. True. You know, it's like, we gotta, you know, definitely, you know, fight for, you know, humans that, you know, have their, you know, to be free and, you know, have the ability to express themselves and not, you know, worry about, you know, poverty and fucking, you know, unsustainability and shit like that. Yes, you know, it's like, yeah, I mean, you know, like, again, I feel like this is like low-key, like, yo, I'm actually progressive about stuff. At least a little bit. It's like, all right. I mean, you know, you know, like, I didn't really think about it until now, but I don't know. I am willing to fucking entertain the idea. I'm willing to think that, you know, there's a possibility for him.
Love and unity. Okay, this is a complete 180. You were just talking about fuck Facebook,
fuck Twitter, fuck Fauci, fuck the media, and now you're all like unity and love, brother.
Need to unify. So you go...
Well, yeah, we have to, you know, unite with love and unity against, you know, Twitter, mainstream media, Fauci, I guess, and, you know, some other shit. You know, it's just like... I mean, I don't disagree with at least 80% of it. At least, you know, what's in the lyrics, specifically. I mean, you know, so it's like, alright, you know, I mean... Okay, like, I can get down with this. Like, there's kind of a little bit of, like, you know, progressive free love mentality going on here a little bit and all this shit. It's like, yeah, you know, alright. You know, it's you can't go wrong with that.
Politics to Hillary Clinton's "We're Stronger Together."
I mean, overall, it is kind of like that. But, yeah. I mean, I feel like, you know, where it's still kind of trying to play to the right basis, like the Fauci shit, obviously the Facebook, Twitter shit, of course, and the mainstream media shit. I mean, all the different, you know, cliches are there. Like, and also the I don't see color thing. I mean, it's just like, that's another thing that usually people on the right be like, I'm not racist, I don't see color, I just see people for who they are, blah, 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 just their character and all that shit, which... I mean, I kind of go by that, but it's not because I don't, quote, see the color in people. I obviously do, but it's just, you know, but I am not going to treat them any different based on their color. I'm going to treat them just like I do anybody else. You know, that, you know, and that aspect of, quote, I don't see color is, you know, how, you know, I go about it. But does that, you know, mean it's literally across the entire fucking board, including outside of my perspective and how I feel about it? No. So, you know, it's like, you know, there's the acknowledgement of that, you know, like systemic racism, you know, redlining and all this other bullshit. You know, so it's like, yeah, like, that shit's going on. You know, but, you know, when it comes to at least me treating, you know, people, especially if, you know, happen to be different colors, whatever, it's like I'm not going to treat them any different than I do you know, anybody else. You know, it's kind of the whole idea of, like, quote, treat yourself, you know, treat others how you would want to be treated, you know, that type of mentality. So it's just like, I mean, at least in that mentality, but that doesn't necessarily mean like, oh, I just literally will not see color at all. I don't see, you know, the systemic things and the cultural, societal things that, you know, that are implication of things when it comes to based on, it's like, that still exists, you know, it's like, that's still there, you know, you can't just, I don't say it, it's like, well, you just got your head in the ass at that point. I mean, it's basically just kind of an excuse to not actually address the real problems and just try to, like, I mean, not necessarily, like, you know, remove blame on yourself, but just, like, kind of remove some sort of element of, like, accountability of, like, yeah, I kind of have an ability to probably do something or change something about that by, you know, at the mere minimal advocating for change on something like that, you know, or just, you know, at least, you know, hitting up, like, you know, your local governments or, you know, local town councils and shit about it and things like that. Like, there's very bare minimal things that, you know, can be done with things like that. So I think at least, you know, the start is just merely being an advocate for it, you know, just talking about that, especially with other people, you know. So it's not even like, you know, a whole big thing, you know, that needs to, you know, to like be done, like, you know, when it comes to quote unquote singing color or shit. It's just like merely just like, really honestly just like acknowledging that it is there, you know. So I mean, you can look at other people and not treat them, you know, any different based on their color, but that doesn't mean like the society or the culture or like the systemic norms or otherwise are gonna, you know, treat them the exact same way that you do. Definitely not.
Is that's like 5 paragraphs that took him to make this transition. I don't understand. Like, I feel like he didn't have a concrete idea going into this. He just tried to find what would rhyme. But this is extremely cringeworthy.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, it's kind of cringy, but because I feel like it's a little bit of a cry for help. I don't think he's just trying to find shit that rhymes. I mean, I feel like it's a little bit of like cry for like, I want to try to, you know, change and do a 180, but I can't. I'm still gonna I'm gonna die on that hill. I'm still gonna fucking, you know, be on that metric on this. Where it's like, yeah, he low key, you know, he kind of wants, you know, he's trying to do the 180, you know, politically and shit, but he can't, because he would lose his entire audience that listens to him when it comes to his music and shit. So he doesn't want to do that. So I don't know, like, it's like, you know, I got a feeling that he's stuck in the hole and he's got kind of the sunk cost fallacy thing going on. So he just has to kind of subliminally put it in his fucking lyrics. I mean, he could go the fucking Wheel Walker route, like hit up Wheel Walker Jr. and be like, yo, look, I'm trying to get this fucking, you know, turn this 180 and shit, man. I realized I was wrong about this shit, you know. We helped me do a redemption arc, essentially. We, you know, next time, you know, the tours are available and, you know, we can get something done, you know, you want to, like, collaborate on an album. Want to fucking, you know, just show off that 180 and I come out with, you know, with this album. And Wheel Walker's just like, alright, what's in it for me a little bit? Because you got some baggage, boy, so I want to make sure that, you know, we do this right. So what is in it for me, you know? And they kind of go back and forth, you know, figure some out. Probably have a little bit stuck in here and there, just gonna be blowing that, no one will. But, you know, it's just like, you know, it's like, alright, you know, got a little back and forth going on. And then it's like, you know, it comes to consensus and agreement. And then, like, you know, like the end of 2022 or like fucking, you know, beginning of 2023, fucking boom. New Kid Rock album comes out. And the songs, you know, on the album too, and it's just like, alright. It's like, you know, all his fans are, you know, popping in. You know, some Wheel Walker fans coming in because they're like, oh shit, you know, there's collaboration here. What could this be about? So, you know, and be like, huh, this is new. I didn't think we'll collaborate with Kid Rock, huh? And then they go in there, go watch, you know, go listen to the album, go listen to the album. And it's like, oh shit, it's Kid Rock fucking coming out, you know, and all sorts of shit. Coming out as, you know, ACAB, coming out as pro BLM, coming out as pro mass, coming out as either gay or bi, probably bi, but, you know, more like a gay. You know, it's just like, I mean, you know, coming out, you know, that way, you know, and all sorts of shit. And it's just like, and they're all like, and then every song is dedicated to coming out in each category, you know. It's like, coming out as gay, you know, first song, second song, coming out as being pro BLM and pro, you know, racial justice reform and shit like that, you know, and fucking next song, just go down the list, you know, and it's just like, and then, you know, Wheel Walker's collaborating, joining in on him on some of the music and fucking, you know, some of the background choruses of some of the songs and shit. That'd be the way to do it, because then, you know, the audience that still listens to him that will stick around for some reason will stick around and probably be exposed to Wheel Walker Jr. and then the Wheel Walker Jr. fans will be, you know, start kind of, you know, mix over there, join in on Kid Rock a little bit, see what his new venture is going to be about. Fucking, you know, and all the fans that don't like, you know, Kid Rock's new venture, they'll just fuck off. And they could go into their, like, I got my F-150 and my patriotic flag, and I got the Gadsden waving in the sun down, yeah, or what? Like, yeah, it's just like, I mean, whatever the fuck, you know, weird shit that the guy, you know, playing on country radio or whatever. I mean, you know, because who needs their dumb shit asses? I mean, you know, you don't need the, you know, the brainless dipshits, you know, going out there fucking listening to your ass. You need, like, you know, the fans of people who are like Wheel Walker and shit like that. Because we'll appreciate you, we'll accept you. We'll love you for who you are, kid. You'll be good. We'll make sure your redemption arc's good, kid. Man, it's maybe I'm just like really wanting this to be a thing, but I honestly want it to be a thing. Like, I really do feel like, you know, it could work. Cause this really, like, these lyrics are, you know, when I was, like, I kind of stopped around at this point, cause I was like, this is so fucking weird, this song, bro. And, you know, because I think I was on break or lunch or some shit, like, earlier today. Or the other day or some shit. It was, like, you know, when I first saw it. But I didn't think about it until now, but it's just, like, this is, like, there is, like, some weird-ass fucking, like, kind of, quote, progressive shit in this. So it's, like, is he, like, kind of, is this, like, a weird subliminal messaging thing going on here or something? It's like Kid Rock doing some weird secret psyop, you know, like, or is that it? Is he, like, doing a psyop or some shit? Like, he's, like, secretly, like, this kind of progressive-y kind of type of guy, and he's trying to, like, psyop, you know, some of this weird conservative audience into, like, some progressive ideas, like, yeah, Black Lives Matter too, motherfucker, duh, you know, whatever the fuck. Like, it's one or the other, honestly, I don't know. Because it just seems too, like, all over the place for it to just be like, you know, him just trying to not sound that shitty. I don't know, like, it really is confusing. And I feel like it's more than just trying to find shit that rhymes or whatever the fuck, or, you know, like, oh, well, you know, I am just kind of a libertarian, you know, blah, blah, blah. And, like, I feel like there's more to it. Like, I feel like there's a little more. I wonder if this is the same with, like, other songs. Like, honestly, like, I'm wondering. I don't listen to Kid Rock at all, so I really don't know. I mean, this is my real first exposure analyzing some Kid Rock lyrics, but it feels like that. At least for this song. It just... I mean, also just kind of the weird, like, thing, the We the People. It's just, like, I guess it's kind of like a multi-meaning thing, because, yeah, it's jingoistic as fuck, but also, you know, like, lefties are kind of, you know, yeah, we are the people type of thing as well. So it's, you know, like, that kind of is across the aisle type of messaging there, you know? So it's, like, I don't know. It just... I mean, especially with, like, you know, and every human doesn't have to agree, we all bleed red, brother, listen to me, it's time for love and unity. Like, I mean, it's like, alright, yeah, that's kind of like, you know, some more progressive, like, free love, you know, we can agree to disagree on some shit, but, you know, we can hash it out type of stuff, you know, but it's all good. Yeah, it's like, so, I don't know, it just, yeah, it just seems so, like, confusing. Considering, like, you know, the mentality of, you know, like, you know, that, you know, especially the people that listen to them, so it's... Is it like a psyop, or is it a cry for help? Like, I don't know. Either way, it's subliminal. It's some sort of subliminal messaging.
Favor of love and unity. I don't want to unify with MAGA chuds and these dipshits. No, I want to beat you, and I want you to be politically irrelevant. So, no, I disagree with this message. This is SJW beta male bullshit, and
again, Mike, you're not considering my fucking theory. What if it's a cry for help? What if it's subliminal? Or what if it's a psyop? You know, what if he's trying to fucking, you know, try to instill fucking seeds in his weird audience and shit? Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, it just seems like too, like, random.
Fuck Joe Biden. We the people. Oh, yeah. We the people. Oh. Let's go, Brandon. We the people. Oh! I should be banned from Twitch. Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
He genuinely wants to have sexual intercourse with Joe Biden. That's so disgusting to me. So gross.
Can I even drink this right now?
Fuck. See, now he's back to being, a hater after Love and Unity. He can't make up his mind.
Love and Unity, but fuck CNN and fuck TMZ too.
I hate everyone. Do I love everyone? And do I want to unify with everyone? Do I want to have sexual...
Well, he doesn't necessarily... he doesn't necessarily hate everyone. I mean, he's just saying, very specific people. So it's just like... hey, it's like progressives, lefties, and shit like that. I mean, they got groups that they can quote-unquote hate, especially when it comes to, like, the owner class, the rich fucks, and blah, blah, blah. Like, when it comes to, like, a lot of the upper capitalist class, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, yeah, especially, like, a lot of shitty-ass politicians, like cinema, et cetera, Like, we got people that we hate and shit, blah, 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 that we can say fuck them, and all that. So it's just like, I don't know. It's like you can do both at once, I suppose, because, when you got motherfuckers that are trying to do the opposite of the whole love unity thing, then it's just like you kind of have to, say, well, fuck you, because you're going against that shit. Like, shame on your ass, bitch, Again, that's why I feel like it's not, like, because, as much as these conservatives want to try to, like, preach about the whole love and unity thing, like, it's obvious that they don't excrete that, or, like, execute that at all, like, by any means. But it's just like, can I help you? But but it's like, is it because there's like some sort of like Rick Raphael being like, yeah, I want to try to, like, embrace the ideas, but I don't know how? Or is it like because, like, some of the people they're influenced by are trying to do some weird ass psyop where it's just like, we're trying to, like, do both things at once. They're keeping you divided, but at the same time, we're gonna have some people in there do some weird subliminal messaging, so it's very confusing for people when they have to deal with you. Where it's like, well, I love, and blah 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 and this and that, I want freedoms from but then it's like you got other weird ass influencers that are like, we need authority and law and order. It's like it makes the conservatives so fucking confusing to deal with. Because you don't know which ones are just, like, authoritarian dipshits or just, like chuckle fuck, fucking walnut brains, or fucking, like, people who are just insecure that, just fell down a rabbit hole or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? It's just like, they get confusing as shit to, like, deal with sometimes. It's like a lot of, it's like... it's... Oh my god, I don't even know, dude. Like, these days, conservatives are so fucking confusing. Like, you have a lot of them that'll freak out about, like, M&Ms and shit. And it's like, man, what the fuck? And then you got, like, other ones that are just trying to be like, love and unity, fam. But, it's like, what? It's just, conservatives are legitimately confusing sometimes. They really are. I mean, when it comes to, like, why is, there's, like, some root causes that I can understand, but, like, oh, man, I just still can't get over it. It's like, god damn, like, having to try to, like, break down their, like, pretzel, like, fucking matrix shit is it's a tiring thing. I don't even know.
Behind him, what is it? Fuck CNN, fuck TMZ. Oh, that's a very unpopular opinion. Everyone I know loves CNN and TMZ, so he's gonna be really, pissing off some people.
Oh yeah. Everyone I know absolutely loves CNN and TMZ. Totally.
A few feathers here, if you know what I mean. And you social media...
Funny enough, my mom would watch fucking TMZ.
You trolls, y'all can suck on D's. D's. Oh, he's... Wait. Don't look ahead. He's gonna drop a D's nuts. These nuts. That's what's up.
Oh my god, got him! Hey, name's Kid Rock. You know what he can suck on? These nuts. Got him. It's like, dude, he actually did drop these nuts, bro. Bruh, that's like, that meme is so old. He's dropping an old meme. I mean, I guess it's still kind of a relevant meme because people will still throw that out there, but oh my god, like, I mean, it's definitely kind of at the grandpa stage of its life for memes, dude. Like, because you want to know why? You want to know how I know this? Because fucking one of the brands that we fucking carry, Dietz & Watson, you already could probably see where this is about to go. They have, like, these weird-ass little, like, sausage bites called These Nuts. I'm not even fucking kidding. They're called Dietz Nuts. Instead of D's Nuts, it's, you know, the Dietz and Watson, but it's Dietz Nuts. D-E-I-T-Z Nuts. It's like, oh no. The meme is dead. The meme is an old grandpa. Gotta take it out of the background and treat it like old Yeller. Bro, it's like, it's done. It's a dead one. When the corporations found it and are using it for their fucking, you know, marketing scheme, you know, it's dead. It's a dead meme. Like, I'm sorry, but it just... When the corporations get a hold of it, it's a dead meme. I'm sorry, but it just, oh my god. Like, when I have to look at it every day. Because we have it on our displays, and it's like, oh my god, I'm reminded of Dietz Nuts, dude. These nuts. I mean, it's an old meme, old, but it checks out. I mean, yeah, that's the fucked up thing. It does. Because every now and then I'll get these nuts, you know, literally pop it up in my head, and I'll think, why do I have this going on in my head, these nuts? And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's fucking why. Because I look over and see them, and I'm like, that's why.
I have to applaud you for that. Genuinely, that's courageous.
Courageous?
That is so courageous. Why does it keep jumping? Jesus Christ, there's so many ads on this page that it keeps jumping up. Or is it because I highlighted it? I mean, look, I've got to say, there's been a lot of conservative songs that I've found, and for him to drop These Nuts, this just takes it to the next level. I'm genuinely intrigued. I want to listen to it. I wish that we could listen to this. Should I just risk the copyright strike? No, I won't do that. But I want to listen to it.
You know what? At least on YouTube you can get away for 5 seconds. So we could do 5 seconds of it.
Chorus.
I want to find it where he does the These Nuts. I want to try to find that part of the song.
Like,
I want to hear that.
Oh, let's go, Brandon. That really will determine, you know, what he means. What's the implication with "Let's go, Brandon"?
He wants that side. Hold on.
Down with, so he's back on the hippie shit again. So he keeps going back and forth. Hate, love, hate, love, hate, love. Just pick one. I'll pick for you. Hate, we're the people. Drop a little Jimmy Dore laugh in there. This is off the rails. I'm so sorry. If you sit down with love and want to make things better, all we gotta do is just come together. Oh.
I'm gonna come.
Yeah. Okay. That, to me...
Wait, what?
For make things better, all we gotta do is just come together. Oh.
Oh my god. This is a sexual song, I'm sorry. If down with love, we want to make things better, we all gotta do is just come together. Right now. Oh. I'm thinking of Kamala, bro. Do not come. Kamala Harris just in the background. Do not come.
Come.
Yeah. That, to me, confirms that he's talking about fucking Joe Biden, literally. Not fuck Joe Biden that you don't like him. He wants to fuck Joe Biden. Whether the
sexual intercourse with the old mummy, dude.
Then follow my lead to the promised land. This is some SJW.
The promised
like
land?
milquetoast bullshit. I don't know if he wants to be edgy.
Come to the promised land of free love and progressivism and diversity. Because, of course, Black Lives Matter, motherfucker. Duh. No shit. It's like, I mean, you know, it's like, wait, what? Like, I don't get this. Like, see, this is why, you know, conservatives, and, you know, at least the Kid Rock type of conservatives are fucking confusing. Because it's like, it's either like some weird psyop shit, where they're like, progressives who are thinking, hey, if I act conservative enough to where they accept me, maybe I could do some psyop, like, you know, progressivism on their ass. And like, kind of plant seeds or something. And then you got like, the other side of it, where it's like, maybe it's this subliminal cry for help, where maybe it's conservatives trying to be like, hey, I want to be progressive, but I don't necessarily, like, I literally will lose my entire, like, social circle, and I don't know how to get out, you know, type of thing. Like, Stockholm Syndrome shit. It's just like, I mean, I don't know what it is. Like, these Kid Rock type of conservatives are legit fucking confusing as shit. Like, they're the most confusing of them all. Like, because you got, like, the John Doyle, Nick Fuentes types, and they're easy to pinpoint. They're just insecure little incel bitch boys, you know, and they just want to try to be philosophy daddies for all the other incel bitch boys, you know. It's pretty obvious. And then you got, like, the Ben Shapiro types who are that try to do this facade of libertarianism, you know, but it's just, you know, social authoritarianistic nonsense and shit. And then, you know, so you got all the, you know, it's like you can pinpoint, like, a lot of these different conservative grifter shitbags, but, like, these Kid Rock type of ones are fucking confusing. Like, it's really legitimately hard to pinpoint, like, what the fuck are they, like, really truly about. Because because it's all over the place. I mean, which is why it's kind of making me think that maybe it's down to, like, two things. And it really makes me think it's, like, you know, either, you know, just, you know, for the quick rundown, either, like, cry for help subliminally or subliminally a psyop. I don't know. It really is legitimately confusing.
Blue-haired SJW on college campuses. Take my hand? No, fuck you. I don't want to take your hand. Fucking COVID right now. And Kid Rock,
Well, what if it's subliminal cry for help? What if he's all, like, vax boosted and the whole nine, and, you know, secretly in his private life he's actually masking the fuck up until he's near, like, you know, like his conservative, you know, like, cultural audience base and shit. Like, you know, like, if he's in the Pacific Northwest, maybe he's masking up, you know what I'm saying? Or, like, out in New York or wherever the fuck. But, you know, out in Texas, he ain't, because he wants to be like, oh, well, a lot of people know me, so I don't want, you know, I need to conform here, because I don't want to necessarily try to come out as, like, some progressive SJW fucking weirdo or some shit to these people. Like, I don't know, like, I don't, man, the more I think about it like that, at least on either way of it, like, the more I feel like it actually kind of does make a little sense. Like, I don't know. Like, either way, I feel like I feel like at least the, quote, subliminal cry for help thing is more damaging, but, like, I mean, because either way, I feel like there is still damage, because still a lot of that conservative nonsense shit, you know, put in there, but, like, I don't know. It just, I mean, it kind of makes sense either way. Because it could be maybe a mixture of both. Like, maybe it's like, well, you know, since I am actually kind of conservative, I'm going to do kind of a low-key subliminal cry for help, but also just kind of psyop it too, or some shit. I don't know. It kind of feels like that.
He goes to the bathroom. Even after he takes a dump and wipes his ass, he doesn't wash his hands. Because
you don't know that?
The people, we gotta unite. No, we don't. Fuck you.
Bruh, again, I don't know, bruh, Mike. It could be a cry for help. You never know. Or it could be a psyop. Who knows? This world is, like, this world is a vampire. Like, I mean, who knows, bro? It could be fucking anything. The world's our own adventure book. You know, I'm honestly willing to die on these, you know, theories. I'm willing to die on that hill. You know, I'm willing to believe these theories, you know, at least to enough to where I will, you know, like, actually consider them. Like, I don't know. I feel like there is a merit case for this.
To God? If so, then no. Climb aboard this love boat. He's talking about fucking Joe Biden.
Hey, dude! I love it! A love boat? Wait, what? No shot. Climb aboard this love boat? Yo! A love boat! Dude, he wants to fuck. Dude, Kid Rock wants to fuck, and it is definitely in a very homosexual way. Like, bruh. With all those, like, oh, let's go Brandons, you know he wanna fuck. You know he finna fuck, bro. He wants that mummified crypt pussy, bro. He wants it. I mean, like, dude, a love boat, bro. We're gonna rock that bitch up and down the coast. Ah! Bro. Gonna rock that bitch. Oh shit, dude. This song is definitely got some like fucking pent up sex, fuck lust going on, bro. Like he wants like a little like a fucking weird ass like bisexual orgy going on a love boat, rocking that bitch up and down the coast, fam. Dude, and he wants Joe in there. He wants Brandon all up in that bitch. He wants to let's go, Brandon. Like, oh my god, dude, he does. He does. The guiding light, oh my god, bro. The guiding light of the glisten in your eyes when you finna fuck, bro. Dude, dude, it is. This song is sexual as fuck. Dude, I swear, there is. This is like him secretly trying to say, hey, I kind of want to come out, but I can't. Because I'm around, like, homophobic bigots that listen to me and shit. Like, at least for Kid Rock specifically, I feel like this is more a subliminal cry for help, trying to, you know, come out as, you know, kind of a progressive bisexual / potential gay guy, but, like, he can't. More so than he's trying to do a psyop. Like, I feel like it's, you know, more the former than the latter, at least for Kid Rock's specific case. But with these Kid Rock type of conservatives, I feel like it's honestly one or the other with that. Like, honestly. You know, like... I mean, I don't know, because, like, this shit just... Like, that's like some free love, like, you know, sexual liberation lyrics right there. It's like, you know, follow that good time guiding light, climb palm board this love boat, rocking this bitch up and down the coast. Like, I mean, that's straight up like some sexual, like, you know, sex liberation, you know, type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean... I don't... Man, dude, like, this is what's confusing about him. They'll do like, you know, yeah, BLM, bro, no shit, motherfucker, or be like, yeah, climb board the love boat, sex liberation, motherfucker, or like, you know, all this other shit. But then they do things like, oh, fuck Fauci and his masks and all this, it's like, what? You confuse me. They confuse me. They were, this is so confusing.
To follow that good time guiding light. I don't know what that means. Are you referring to God? If so, then no.
No, he's not referring to God. I guarantee you that.
I'm aboard this love boat. He's talking about fucking Biden.
That's what I mean. That guiding light shit does not refer to God. It refers to those last two lyrics. It's a more sexual innuendo going on there. Dude, let's go, bro.
Rock that bitch up and down because it is a song about fucking Joe Biden. He's talking about climbing.
We the people will have a love boat.
And then rocking that bitch up and down. Why do you think a boat is rocking up and down? It rock up and down if you are fucking in it.
I'm gonna come.
In order to form a more perfect union do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Do we not ratify our Constitution? Do we not have a codified Constitution like the UK? What is this? Do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America.
Yeah, like, see, this is like the enforcement of why it's confusing. It's just like, wait, what? I mean, that's kind of implying that the U.S. Constitution was never ratified? And all that, you know? Like, cause it, like, like, I have a very strong feeling, like, just a hunch, a gut feeling, if you will, that, that I'm pretty sure the Constitution, as it stands now, is, in fact, indeed, ratified. But that's just, you know, a gut feeling. I mean, I obviously don't know for sure, but I am pretty sure it's also ratified and set in stone and codified as like a boom, you know. It's like, this is like the documents of the fucking country right here, brother. You know, it's like I'm pretty sure it is gone through that process, and we don't need to do it again. Know what I mean? Like, like, it's just like this weird conservative thing where it's just like, Constitution, we need to protect it and, you know, revive it again, blah, 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 and all this shit. It's like, it is? If anything, like, the current gov is not abiding by it because of money interests, but that's another story. Then also because, you know, we're also, like, kind of a part military junta on top of a corporate oligarchy. Like, we're corporate oligarchical military junta. Like, I mean, it's kind of what we are a little bit, because, like, I mean, the military definitely, like, owns a good chunk of our government, if not most of it. Like, and a military-industrial complex has a massive grip over the fuck country. Like, I mean, and plus mass, you know, corporate conglomerates, you know, that also partly collude with the military-industrial complex, like Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing, etc., etc. You know, well, ostensibly, they're also doing civilian research and tech and development and all that shit. And I guess, you know, for Boeing's case, you know, like, that's true. And for, like, Douglas, etc., etc. But, nonetheless, they do a lot of military ventures and, or, you know, pretty much like the military is also embedded and colludes, you know, with these corporations as well. So, it's just like, I mean, there's kind of like a little bit of a trifecta, like, you know, ownership of, like, you know, how this government is ran and operated by and who. Like, fucking business to corporate interests. You know, like a lot of the military establishment with the military-industrial complex and military junta, from there. And at least to a more minor extent, different religious institutions because of, you know, the religious tax exemption and shit. So, you know, I'd say those are probably, you know, some big thing right there. And at least for the military part, I also am kind of including the prisons and cops in that, because they also benefit from a lot of that shit, too. So I'm kind of lumping that in with that, by the way. You know, because, you know, they're kind of the same problem. Because, you know, especially when it comes to cops, they usually get a lot of the older military equipment that either expires or is more obsolete, you know, due to more modern tech or whatever the fuck. So it's like, you know, who ends up getting that? Usually private contractors or PMCs or fucking, you know, police and prison guards and shit. So, you know... Like, like, we can't let our ammunition and guns and explosives and all that go to waste. No, no. Deadass, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, cops actually have, like, lethal grenades, like frag grenades and shit like that. They just don't use them unless it's, like, quote-unquote absolutely necessary, so they don't actually bring them out. But I guarantee you, if, you know, given the circumstances, quote-unquote, they would. Like, honestly, it wouldn't put past me if, like, in the police armory, they have frag grenades and shit like that. I wouldn't be surprised. I'd actually be kind of shocked if they didn't.
I don't know if he is aware of this, but Kid Rock, if you're watching, let me go full screen. I have really good news. We did it. We established the Constitution. So let's give ourselves a round of applause, everyone. He's gonna be...
Hey, my gut feeling about that from earlier is actually correct. Woo!
So excited when he finds out about this. Okay, now we're back to the chorus.
We'll have to tell Kid Rock about that.
The people.
And all the other conservatives, I feel like, and for some reason think that it didn't happen, you know. Cause...
Oh, yeah, let's go Biden.
Let's go Biden.
Yeah. We the people. Standing up and standing tall. Which is ableist, because I'm not very tall.
Yeah.
It's all for one, and it's one for all. Mic drop. Mic drop right there.
Boom! Got him.
Oh. This is how I'd imagine it goes. Because it's all for one, and one for all. Oh.
That was a shit show.
That's how I'm assuming the song goes. So yeah, overall, pretty standard song. I'd probably give it a 9.5 out of 10. I like it. I think it's good. It's not consistent writing. I think that his message isn't necessarily cohesive overall.
It definitely isn't, but I feel like that's because, again, with my... I'm not going to go over it again, but, like, you know, with my two theories about it, like the cry for help / psyop theories. Like, I mean, I feel like there's, you know, a little bit of that at play here, you know, that... I want to share this. I want to share this with the world. It's like, I really do feel like there's a little bit of truth to that. Like, I mean... I don't know, like, there's just no way that this is just him, like, I'm a conservative, and this is what I believe, and all that shit, because, I mean, yeah, they're, like, I mean, oh my god, these fucking lines, but it's, like, I know they're fucking, like, weird about this shit and all that, but, like, I don't know, like, you got, like, weird libertarian types, and, They're always confused. Like, honestly, like, the Kid Rock type of conservatives a little bit, and I kind of feel like, you know, are also, you know, similar to... Oh my god, that's getting annoying. But, you know, similar to people like my dad and shit. Well, my dad's a little different. Because he definitely is not, like, the quote-unquote SJW, like, kind of woke type person, because he's definitely, you know, one of these, like, politically incorrect. Like, he literally, like, brags about it like it's some sort of, like, rite of passage or something. It's like, yeah, back in my day, we didn't have these politically incorrect, you know, terms and this and that, blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, you're saying this like it's a brag, but it literally isn't. Like, you're talking to me about this like, you know, I'm gonna be like, those are the days. It's like, no. Like, literally, no. Like, I mean, you're not gonna fucking, like, get some sort of, like, you know, like, you know, validation. You know what I mean? It's just like, what? You know, so he's definitely not the, you know, the Kid Rock type entirely. You know, there's definitely some different metrics going on there, but, like, what the fuck is with this? It's actually kind of getting me concerned. Like, what is with this shit? This one ain't freaking out. Is it just like the light bulb going out? Because it's just that light bulb. It's just the one bulb. Like, these two are not doing anything weird. So is it just the light bulb loose or it's going out? I need to, like, actually, like, you know, fucking, like, alright, hold on. You know what? Speaking of, you know, analyzing shit, we need to analyze this fucking light, dude. Is this light just loose, or is it going out? And I honestly am afraid to touch it a little bit, because it might, like, pop or blow or whatever the fuck. I mean, I don't know how these goddamn lights are. I don't know what's gonna happen here. I have a feeling it's probably just going out, but, you know, I don't like it. I don't know. It's like, What's up, buddy? Hold on. Give me a minute, buddy. Okay. Gotta figure something out here. First, I'm gonna plug this in here. Like so. Look at this goddamn light. Well, doesn't look like it's loose. The fuck? Okay, whatever. But it does look like an old ass fucking light bulb. Hey, what in the same way as hell? Oh god. What? Oh yeah, it actually was a little loose. Alright. I'm gonna see if maybe doing that slight little tightening on it will fucking help. Not let it short itself out. Well, it's just a tad loose, so maybe tighten it will not make it fucking do that. Because it's been doing that lately, and I'm just either assuming it was that or fucking about to pop. And I'll be like, no, we're done. Light expectancy for light bulb has run out for this one. Look at you. You little baby. What's up? What's up, Suka? What's up, little baby boy? you doing?
You little psychopath. You little psychopath, look at you. Oh my goodness.
Fucking running away like a psychopath. Come here, boy. Don't drop your toy. Oh my god, you suck.
Come here, boy. Oh, yeah, don't bite me. Oh my goodness. Look at those little ears.
Come here. Come here. Zukov. Zhukov. Zhukov. Zhukov, Zhukov. Zhukov, Zhukov.
Oh my goodness, baby. Oh, you little baby boy. Oh.
Zhukov. Zhukov, Zhukov. 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 Don't drop it. Oh my god, you dropped it. Now you're not gonna bring it back if I fucking call you over, so fuck you. No, you don't get it. No, you don't get me, you know, calling you over. That's what you get. Nope. Nope.
Jerk off. Look at you. Go down. Oh my goodness. Look at that little ear.
Singular ear, a little perked up.
My goodness. My goodness. Goodness gracious.
Holy fucking shit. Recommended intense debate on helping Ukraine Supreme Court and more. Wait, who's in this? This is Dylan Burns' podcast, Hippy Dippy thing. Was featuring Destiny. Oh god, it's a shit show. If Destiny's involved, it's already an immediate shit show. Like, just by definition it is. Who else is in here? Some person named Parker, Alex Stein, C. Watson, Adam. Hey, I know Adam stuff. I like that guy. Good channel. Pixel Mixels. And fun little name. Kevin Castley. Taft Judge. Taft Adge. Taft AJ. Is that Taft AJ or Taft Judge? Oh, I don't even know. Is there timestamps on this at all? No? Are we serious? Does somebody in here have any? I'm willing to check out some of this if there is. There is, oh my god, I hate when there's like these long ass things, but there's literally no timestamps. Like, it's like, come on now. Are we really gonna be doing that? It's like, yeah, let's upload this like 3-hour thing, but have like not a single timestamp, like, at all. It's like, okay. Is there like an intro to this, or is it just like is it just you go in it? I'm curious.
Could wait for Russia to take over Ukraine and then maybe start encroaching into Poland, and then at that point be like, oh shit, maybe now we need to do something, because then we're going to be back at ground zero for this conversation, and instead we're going to be having a panel in 4 years saying like, well, should the United States support Poland on the ground? And it's like, well, if we put troops there, like, that's pretty aggressive, and I don't know, like, just because they took over.
Oh my god, what is going on? Whoa.
Go even further, like, it's only like Georgia, Crimea, Ukraine. Like,
I feel like this did not start where it did.
I feel like you kind of have to draw a line in the sand pretty early so that the rest of the world knows where you stand.
I just had a question. Kevin,
yeah, there was that little whoosh. Alright, where's the start of this? Here?
Do different types of content.
Let's fucking skip in the middle of this shit or something. 24 minutes in. That sounds like a good little mark. That sounds like a fun mark to begin on.
On a TV show that played some sort of like anti-elite guy, and then he gets put, and then he actually creates a political party based on the TV show that he was an actor in. So these people take their political spectrum so serious. They want such good leaders that they think it's so cool. The people of Ukraine think it's so goofy and funny. It would be like if we got Brendan Fraser. Why don't we make Brendan Fraser the president, because he was on Tarzan? So this Zelensky character.
What is happening right now? 24 minutes in, and this is what I'm. What is going on? Something about Brendan Fraser? Where the, how, wait, what? I'm not gonna find out what the context is. I'm just gonna go with it. Like, was this, okay, what's this have to do with Brendan Fraser?
Dog's hind legs, we know that.
Hold on, I'll go back at least a little bit.
The political spectrum so serious. They want such good leaders that they think it's so cool. The people of Ukraine think it's so goofy and funny. It would be like if we got Brendan Fraser. Why don't we make Brendan Fraser the president because he was on Tarzan? So this Zelensky character is crooked as a dog's hind legs. We know that. I mean, he's an actor. He's a TV actor. We know the misdoings with Biden and Ukraine, with Hunter Biden's misdealings with Ukraine. So we know that they have some sort of evidence against the United States, and that is the leverage that they're using for us to even waste our time on the border. We got a border with a bunch of child sex trafficking, and let me tell you something. We got Guatemalans, we got Hondurans coming here by the minute on the border. I'm in Dallas, Texas, and you're talking about the Ukrainian border? Now that's...
What is happening right now? Whoa. Wait, oh, hold on. So, wait, okay, holy shit. I need to, like, get a bowl loaded here and take, like, a fat drink. What the fuck? Okay, so let me get this straight. I mean, I don't inherently disagree. It's like, you know, we're like, hey, we gotta have a hoopla over, you know, the border over here. But, like, does that mean, like, hey, we need to have a hoopla about our border because these Hondurans, these sex traffickers, these fucking, you know, like, Hondurans and Nicaraguans and, like, the Guamanese and shit. It's just like, wait, what? I mean, it's just... I mean, it's like, wait a minute, you know, it's like, just because, like, U.S. shouldn't necessarily get involved in one area does not mean that we should be, like, looking to, like, our southern border, like Mexico, being like, yo, those fucking Nicaraguans and those Hondurans, bro. Like, I mean, you know, it's like, honestly, both are not necessarily, like, I mean, I would say one more so than the other, like, when it comes to at least, when it comes to fucking, you know, the our border and shit, it's like, it's not as big of a fucking issue. So, let's wait so I need Parker's Stitch count. I haven't really had too much time to do another repeal on it, so I have like this pretty much this whole week off, but I might be called in on Monday, so I might not have time that fucking day to go, you know, do another email about it and shit. Like, getting into, like, customer support or some shit, you know, so next time I have access to, like, a full-on PC and shit, which I was probably just gonna go to the library for that, because honestly there were some other things I needed to do that require a PC that, you know, I needed to do anyway, so I was just gonna deal with it when I do that. So if it's not Monday, then it'll probably be Tuesday at least. And I have just a very strong suspicion I'm getting called in Monday. Not that I have a problem with that overall. So that, yeah. I know Rip City earlier today was lit as fuck, so he's probably either sleeping or getting lit elsewhere. Like, you know, probably out with a pub with, you know, one of the homies or something. Like, I don't know what he's doing right now. I'm imagining he's probably sleeping off his litness for the day. But, yeah. Either way, I'm just gonna, you know, like, I kind of go forth as, you know, like, regardless, you know, but also, you know, I'm having a little bit of a drink. I mean, that's kind of the whole, like, I mean, honestly, like, I'm kind of, at least when it comes to YouTube's aspect of things, I'm noticing that, you know, doing the more in the afternoon shit, it has more fruit when it comes to, I guess, activity overall. But, I mean, like, sometimes I just don't necessarily have the time, but I could probably, you know, considering my sleeping overall, I'm not, like, sleeping ridiculously fucking late or anything, so I could probably, you know, maybe re-alternate the regimen to where I could probably do at least, you know, an hour or two, you know, for the morning. I mean, I've already been kind of doing that anyway, but yeah, trying to make that a little bit more of the routine, you know, kind of make a routine based off it, so I can do like an hour and a half, you know, before work or some shit, depending on when I start it. And just kind of chill, talking around and stuff. I know Venom, when he's on here, I know he'll occasionally like share and kind of put streams out there a little bit, you know, and whenever you know, he comes back and does that, sometimes there'll be people that come back, and then he'll like mention things like share the stream and like it, blah blah blah, you know. So kind of basically acting, you know, kind of like it, you know, mods and more, you know, bigger streams where like, you know, like the stream, blah 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 blah, and all that shit. So, which that's usually when he's around. I think that's how Phoebe found me. Either that, or she probably was already checking me out because of ideology and a correlation with that. Because she's a bot over there. It's probably that, or Venom sharing it, you know. Got her to be like, oh, what's this? Oh, he's that guy from ideology.
Based in reality.
Oh my god, I wasn't ready for that yet. Based in reality. Based in reality. Don't hate is reality. Don't you know God hates? Oh man, good shit. Nail Bomb is awesome. I haven't listened to Nail Bomb in a while, actually.
Common sense. You're trying to pump up the military-industrial complex. Let me tell you something about the military-industrial complex. The amount of money that we spend on that, on the system that is the military-industrial complex, could fix homelessness, could give us a universal health care. So all the stuff that people on the left that y'all want socialism, which I'm not against some sort of social services, but if we could reallocate our finances instead of going
I'm not against services. What was that?
The Ukrainian border and maybe fixing our border, then our world wouldn't be such a bad place. Because we shouldn't have
I like how he's just like, you know, military budget, fucking, we can implement that in these things that can be quote-unquote socialist, yada yada. But then he's like, you know, we're all on this border, but we are focusing on our border. It's like, wait a minute, like, these are different things. Like, these are all different things, dude. Like, this guy in the corner over here, like, I don't know who the fuck that is. Like, he sounds like a fucking gem of a dude. Like, I want to find out who that guy is, okay? But, like, I mean... the only ones that are kind of tangentially related is the Ukraine thing and the military-industrial complex and the fucking military budget that can, yes, be, you know, put into social services, homelessness, etc., healthcare and shit. Like, yeah, I mean, there's, I guess, in some way, you know, some correlation with that, but at the end of the day, that, like, they're really kind of two separate things. I mean, you can kind of, like, look at Ukraine and be like, alright, we can give you food, medicine, supplies, in that way and shit, you know, without directly getting involved, you know, and kind of having a more hands-off approach, while also addressing home affairs and, you know, reallocating military budget into more social services. Like, you can do both. I mean, you know, so it's like, huh? Like, I mean, because they're overall, fundamentally, they're two separate things. I mean, there's, like, some overlap, but they're not directly, like, in hand with each other. You know, it's like, what?
Oh, we should go help the Ukrainians against Russia. They both suck. Any Eastern European country.
Oh my god, this, like, okay. Like, who is this dude? Who is this guy in the corner in his little suit, in his green screen of a fireplace in the background where it looks like he's in, like, some sort of 1800s tavern? Like, that's terrible. Train Paul's making pro-life, anti-choice arguments. He was saying all these things. Just put him up for adoption or life is a life. It was horrible. Oh god, that sounds like a nightmare. What was I about to say about this guy? Oh, about like how Ukraine's horrible. It's like, okay, like honestly, I do have some legit criticisms when it comes to, especially like I think militaristically helping Ukraine. because there's this very notorious battalion called the Azov Battalion that are pretty much known to be literal fucking neo-Nazis and shit, and also historically potentially have been aided and have been embedded by Nazis and shit too, when it came to aiding Ukraine during World War II. Like, I mean, that's also why there are certain factions and certain elements of pro-Ukrainian movements and shit that are honestly just straight up fucking Nazis. They just are. And it's because of some of the more sympathetic views, because the Germans during World War II helped Ukrainians, at least, as a quote means to an end, for World War II when it came to some of the atrocities like Holodomor and shit. So you got, like, today, a lot of these different military, like, militias and these, like, militarized, like, battalions and shit, made up of, like, different ragtag, different people and shit, that are just straight up fucking Nazis, like, honestly, and, like, that have very strong, supremacist ethnic ideas and shit, but are just very strictly hyper anti-Russian and pretty much, like, anything that's not Ukrainian Slavic or whatever, so it's just like, it all kind of breaks down into, like, oh, my Slav is better than your Slavicness, so fuck you, bleh, and all that shit, so it's like, should we really be militaristically, like, be helping those type of fucking people? Like, do we really, it's like, I don't necessarily think so. Like, when it comes to food and medicine for the Ukrainian people, and shit that are going to be, fucked over due to this type of conflict, I'm not against that. And however that food and medicine gets distributed amongst Ukraine, like, that, whatever, it's like, so long as it gets there, like, I'm not against this shit. When it comes to a humanitarian approach when it comes to this conflict, I'm not against that, but, like, being like, hey, we're gonna send you a bunch of, like, guns, weapons, and shit, it's like, and get in the hands of fucking, like, legit, like, Nazi militia organizations and shit, like, I don't feel, like, it's not like the Kurds or something, it's like, I don't necessarily feel comfortable about that, like, it's like, I mean, food and medicine, sure, but fucking, it's like, when it comes down to, like, some of the different organizations there, it's just like, I'm not gonna support them. Like, because some of them are just, just do have those fucking ideological and sympathetic leanings. So it's like, yeah, I'm, regardless of, like, what type of stripe the Nazi is, I'm not gonna support it. But if there's food and medicine and it happens to get in their hands, well, whatever. I mean, like, they shouldn't have to literally suffer and die or fucking be in a war just because of that. Like, definitely not. They shouldn't have to fucking, be in some dumb war. But at least for them, they think it's like some glory or some shit. It's like, yes, we get to fight for our motherland and we will, die honorably and martyrdom and blah, 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 and all this shit. Which, I mean, especially if you're getting invaded, I kind of understand a little bit. Like, if World War III were to break out and U.S. were getting involved and there was some Russian occupation of Portland, for example, where I live, I mean, yeah, I would fight for my city. I'd be honest with that, straight up. So, it's, but I'm not going to have, like, some glee or some sort of, like, like, yeah, or whatever fucking mentality about it. It's just like, I mean, when it comes to this fucking, like, war and shit, I don't want it on my fucking doorstep, and I would fight to keep it out. And if I have to do that, like, get, the people together type of thing, then, I mean, especially when it comes to the quote, in America, underneath every blade of grass is a gun, type of shit. It's like, yeah, I mean, there's some truth to it, because, yeah, I would fight back, too. And especially lately, honestly, I've kind of thought about that, like, hypothetically, what, would/should I do to kind of maybe potentially help not just myself, but maybe prep my friends into potentially kind of getting the mentality a little bit about that, just because of the fucking inevitable potentiality of something like this. Because honestly, I don't feel like, like the U.S. citizens, or, also Ukrainian or Russian citizens, for this matter as well, and the people, specifically, like, referring to, people and citizens in general about this, should have to suffer for this type of shit. Like, you know, some random bloke, you know, fucking like Odessa, or fucking some random bloke from Moscow or some shit getting drafted into the army, or some random bloke from Portland getting drafted into the fucking army or some shit. You can go and fight into some other random plot of dirt and shit, where you got like some, you know, where they're probably just working some 9 to 5, struggling to fucking make it, you know, same as, you know, all these other blokes that get drafted. It's like, I mean, why, especially for something as stupid as, you know, this shit. Like, honestly, because, you know, yeah, like, I mean, because what Russia is doing overall is just inciting and fucking exacerbating geopolitical dumb fucking bullshit. As any and all of this type of, you know, interests are. I mean, when Germany was doing it back in the day, it was dumb as fuck. I mean, like, any fucking imperialistic empire doing shit is, you know, it was dumb as fuck historically. Regardless. Whether it, you know, whether it's now or fucking from back in we all yonder in the day. Because it's a fucking poisonous fucking way of thinking and way of doing things. It's just fundamentally poisonous. I find it ironic that we are potentially aiding Nazis and yet we're also aiding Israel. Almost seems like conflict of interest. I mean, it really does. I mean, I guess you shouldn't necessarily feel too bad about that, because a lot of Israeli governmental officials have literally come out, and Benjamin Netanyahu too, has publicly come out and said, you know, the mistake Hitler did was, you know, go to Palestine and listen to the Arabs because they manipulated him into demonizing the Jews and shit, and thus took his anger and took his fucking shit, you know, off, you know, on Jews instead of, you know, the rightful evils, the Arabs, and blah, blah, blah. You know, like, they've literally said Hitler wasn't a bad guy, he was just manipulated into fucking being, you know, against the Jews by Arabs, even though that's literally fundamentally not even remotely close to the fucking truth at all of what happened in retrospect when it came to the actual reality of things. Not, like, it's just, because honestly, that's, you know, at least when it comes to modern Israeli apartheid, that's like a part of the Zionistic, like, mysticism, just as much as the German mysticism back in the day, you know, like, is thwarting reality to try to suit their narrative. If Hitler taught me anything, that ego is corrosive, very much so. I don't know if people ever learn anything. At least for America's sake, it's because of our fucking lack of education, and whatever there is when it comes to education is very fucking indoctrinative when it comes to the pro-American jingoism and shit, that America can't do no wrong, and its actions and its, you know, dealings and its interests, you know, are hunky-dory and okay, and that includes, you know, our interests with Israel. By proxy, that means the interests of these countries are probably good too. So it's just all comes down to that shit, really, if you want to look at, you know, at least one major root of it. That doesn't, you know, necessarily explain literally every single aspect of it, but I think that's like the number one cause right there, honestly. It's easy to control and manipulate a populace that doesn't learn shit when you don't necessarily teach them anything in the first place. Or at least teach them anything proper. But that's why you have to, like, you know, to when you actually start having people that, you know, legit start teach things in a more, like, historically contextual or more nuanced way or more diverse way of, you know, look at things historically, you have to demonize and scapegoat it as things like CRT and shit like that. I mean, you know, like, honestly, that's why, you know, some conservatives are, you know, freak out and shit, because they look at things like more nuanced, you know, way of looking at things at history and just think it's critical race theory or some shit. And it's like, what? It's like, what? Because we learn about, you know, black, you know, figures in history and shit, like Lucy Parkins or Frederick Douglass, you know, and shit like that. You know, just because they happen to, you know, be, you know, like, more, you know, like, more of a black perspective, you know, on American history, it's like suddenly critical race theory. It's like, give me a fucking break. It's so stupid. And those are just two different people in a relatively similar time frame, but nonetheless. I mean, Frederick Douglass people know about more often, but Lucy Parsons, most people don't really know about. But she's a fucking badass, based as fuck. Legit, like, strong woman, like, based beyond based. Like, I mean, you know, like, if no one knows about her, then I just look up her Wikipedia page. That's all. Like, that should just be the introductory phase right there, because I mean, it's actually pretty in depth. And she lived a very rich life, all things considered. And funny enough, when it came to some of her background and agitation politically, she legit was a little bit more radical, more violent than her husband. Like, her husband was a little bit more diplomatic and more like, you know, this pen is mightier than his sword mentality, but Lucy Parsons was like, nah, I'm just gonna kind of punch you in the face type of mentality. She was the bomb thrower type, you know, which is like, damn, based. What it boils down to is that the black perspective of America often throws criticism at the country, which makes a lot of the people sore in the anal region. Yeah, but the thing is, like, those criticisms, usually on a general level, aren't fucking merited. Because honestly, there can be some correlation to some of those criticisms, you know, to people who are just, you know, heavily poor, like, you know, like when it comes to, like, the working class and shit, you know, like, because when it comes to labor, there's a lot of overlap when it comes to this type of shit, and, like, the early labor leaders, you know, in American history and shit, recognize this. I mean, that's why you had people like Lucy Parsons, and at least before the AFL took over and shit, the main prominent union at the time was the Holy Order and Knights of Labor. Yes, that was an actual labor movement. And the only reason why they kind of fell out and kind of fizzled off in history is just because the AFL was kind of like their competitor in a sense. And at least, you know, prior to the Knights of Labor fizzling out, and prior to the Haymarket affair, then Knights of Labor actually was a little bit more open towards gender neutrality and being accepting of women, more accepting of destroying racial boundaries and destroying racial segregation and discrimination, and destroying discrimination based on sex, like that, you know. And they were also kind of funny enough, a Catholic-based organization, hence the name, the Holy Order and Knights of Labor. You know, it sounds like a very religious name, but it's because it was. Like, the founders of that organization were Catholic, and majority of the members were also Catholic, but not all of them. But they had, like, these very, especially at the time, what would be considered quote-unquote woke SJW type of mentality and type of views, and that type of philosophy, you know, moving forward when it came to their ideas, especially when it came to labor. And at the time, the AFL was more of a men's-based organization, so they didn't necessarily have certain ideas like, you know, gender neutrality and shit like that. But after the Haymarket affair, there was you know, one of the major reforms the AFL went through was removing that type of idea, so they became more accepting of that type of shit. And at that point, the AFL eventually kind of took over as the #1 labor organization, second to the Knights of Labor, and eventually by the time it was like the 1910s, like the Knights of Labor became basically localized in certain regions of the country. And by the 1940s, they basically fizzled out and kind of reintegrated into other local unions by that point. So I think the last one integrated into a local union, I think in like Montana or some shit, in 1942. So the Knights of Labor's long, you know, kind of been put to history books. But honestly, I think the Knights of Labor is a really interesting but not very talked about thing when it comes to labor history in America. And you know, I'd be, you know, I think it'll also be kind of interesting as like a mini episode of Deep Fat Fried, you know, if like Paul did it or something, like, you know, a history about the Knights of Labor, because while short-lived, I mean, they actually had a major influence of how the labor movement moved forward in the United States, like legitimately. Like, I mean, it's honestly, you know, just on the Wikipedia page, just kind of learn some of the basics about it. It's just like, I can just already know that, you know, they had a major influence. You know, and didn't really delve too deep into it, but it definitely sticks to me because it's like, I mean, I've never heard of it up until, like, you know, just kind of doing some other side tangential, like looking into labor history or some shit. I think it was just because I was looking into the Haymarket affair, and I just happened at some point found the Knights of Labor. I'm like, what's this? And looked it up. I'm like, oh, you know, it's this whole other organization I never even knew about. And I was like, and it opened up a different door to another perspective of the American labor movement, which I didn't know existed at the time. And honestly, you know, despite it being kind of a, you know, more religious, foundational type of labor movement, it didn't necessarily make that like its kind of doctrine. It kind of took a lot of the ideas of Catholicism and kind of just enacted it in a more labor perspective. But it wasn't like we're all Catholics and we have to be Catholics and that's our organization, Odis Salmadido Almanos. You know, it's like it wasn't that at all. Like, because again, like a lot of their ideas, like we accept people regardless of race, sex, gender, creed, religion, doesn't matter. Like, we'll accept anybody. You know, that was like one of their core tenements. So it's just like, you know, because despite most of their members being Catholic, because, you know, obviously a lot of the Catholics are going to be like, oh, I like this. And obviously they're going to, you know, probably go to Catholic churches and, you know, spread their ideas and spread the word. So, you know, by proxy, you know, Catholics are probably going to predominantly, you know, be a part of the organization as it was. But the word spread, and other people got together and joined up, and regardless if they're Protestant, you know, deists, yeah, agnostic, atheists, Hindus, Muslim, it didn't necessarily matter. Like, they all got together and fucking organized and shit. And this is like the 1870s, way like a decade before the Haymarket Affair, by the way. So it's just like, I mean, this is just shortly after the Civil War and like at the peak of Reconstruction. You know, basically, you know, just shortly, you know, after it going on. So, I mean, it was all around that very pinnacle time in U.S. history and shit, just right after the Civil War. Like, you know, like the next, like, 40 years after the Civil War were very, like, pinnacle decades of the United States, honestly, when it came to these different little things and these different little movements. And honestly, I'm sure there's a lot more, not just necessarily about the Knights of Labor, but probably, you know, smaller, lesser-known organizations and labor movements that have recently been around in the U.S., like probably, you know, known as, like, guilds or associations and shit. Because, I mean, even during the 16 to 1700s, and even way before that, too, like, there was, like, these little workers' guilds, basically, like, oh, the blacksmithing guild, you know, and that type of shit, you know, where, like, the, you know, the local town, you know, where all the blacksmiths, you know, will get together at the local guild and, you know, handle the blacksmithing affairs, you know, with their work and, you know, their conditions, amongst other different shit. Kind of similar to how today unions are, you know. So it's just like, I mean, all these type of ideas, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, labor and collective bargaining, you know, it isn't necessarily, like, you know, a totally new thing. I mean, the idea is pretty old, but it's just adapted and evolved as times have. Was there a hookers guild? I don't know, but I'm sure there was. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past you. I'm sure there were. I don't know for sure, but honestly, I wouldn't put it past you. I'm sure there were. Like, I'm sure, like, in France, you know, during, like, the 1600s or 1500s, you know, or some shit, I'm sure there was probably a few hookers guilds or some shit, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure, it's just a hunch, you know? Like, they probably weren't, like, you know, as, like, open as an organization, like, you know, a blacksmithing guild or some shit, but I feel like, you know, there has to be a guarantee that there was probably, like, more underground, like, hookers guilds, like brothels, you know, because if there's, like, the taverns and brothels, you have to imagine, like, the wenches and, you know, that are probably also, you know, bedding with some of the adventurers and shit at night, you know, or, like, some of the people at the town or whatever, you know, because, you know, like, a brothel slash tavern, you know, that's gonna happen. You got, like, some prostitutes and hookers and shit. Like, I'm sure they were also in part, you know, like, a taverns guild and, you know, or like a brothels tavern guild or some shit. Probably on the surface it'll just be called a taverns guild, but brothels are also kind of a part of that because they're kind of part tavern anyway, at least back in those days. So I have a feeling, you know, like, and whether they were like just their own thing or kind of in part of like taverns or some shit, I have a strong hunch that they were there. And they should be a thing to this day. Like, sex worker unions should absolutely totally be a thing. 100%. And I honestly, I definitely know, you know, sex workers who abso-fucking-lutely would agree. I looked it up and can only find some shit about rugs. Some rugs? Rugs, bro? Like, rugs. Nice job, internet search results. It's like, hey, hooker guilds? Well, here, have some rugs. It's like, what the fuck? Like, okay. Okay, then. Nice job, Google, or Bing, or whatever search engine you're using, I don't know. What you doing, boy? What you doing, boy? What's up? Sweet baby. Yeah. I like how we went from Ukraine to labor in America history. I like how we just like went for we went from so far off the field. But nonetheless, let's see what this freak is saying.
Idiots, and we know that because Zelensky was, like I said, an actor on a TV show. He might be a good guy. I'm not even judging his character. I like to act. I've been in a Ozarka bottled water commercial. I drank it. I looked good. I was the star of the show. I know what it's like to be an actor. I know.
Wait, what? Wait. What? Who is this guy?
On a TV show, he might be a good guy. I'm not even judging his character. I like to act. I've been in an Ozarka bottled water commercial. I drank it. I looked.
An Ozark water bottle commercial? I honestly want to see that.
Show. I know what it's like to be an actor. I know what that's like. I know what it's like to get caught up in that. And then he used.
Okay, just because you were in one commercial doesn't mean you're like a fucking like. Oh my god, he's doing the brag, bro. He's doing that classic brag. Like, I was in a thing once, and I get to brag because I know all about it now. He's doing that. Oh my god, dude. Like, just because he did a thing once doesn't mean you know everything about it. I mean, it's kind of the same thing that they say about, like, because I'm assuming this guy's conservative. I don't know. Maybe he's not. But it is something, at least when it comes down to this type of thing I'm talking about, like, it's true. Like, when it comes to, like, conservatives, they will, like, do this, like, oh, they're fucking, like, oh, these, lefties, SJWs, they take, like, one poli-sci class or some shit, and they think they're these, like, woke know-it-alls, blah, 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 because they're in this academia, blah, 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 and all this other shit. And it's just like, I mean, I guess to some extent there is, like, a merit and kernel truth to that. I mean, but, I mean, it's, like, this is the same thing, bro. I'm just assuming he's conservative. I'm just gonna go off a hunch. But, like, I mean, it's like, oh, like, these, like, lefty academias, they take, a philosophy course once, and they're, like, these woke know-it-alls that want to try to, like, force, everyone to be in this, like, type of cultural mindset, and blah, 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 and all this other shit. And then he's like, I did acting once, and I, know everything about it. You caught up in this and that, blah, blah, blah. It's like, what? You're just doing the same shit. It's like, man.
Is that into a presidential campaign? I'm not even trying to hate on that, but at the end of the day, these are the people that are running the Ukraine, the country of Ukraine. So if their people are there's this.
Wait, people running? Wait, what? Actors? I mean, maybe, but so is America. I mean, what? And also, if we're gonna go further, so is Russia. Like, so is most of these countries. Like, they're just a bunch of fucking actors for a fucking bunch of, like, owner-class fucks that, like, manipulate, the countries and fuck over the people that live in them. Like, I mean, it's kind of a general case. Like, I mean... like, honestly, it's, like, not all countries, obviously. Hashtag not all countries. But, like... I mean, because it's not as bad in other places and shit, but at least when it comes to this very specific thing about, like, the whole Ukraine Russia thing, it's like, all these countries have, like, fucking, leaders in them that have, like, very specific geopolitical interests that are all, like, puppets of and shit. So, by that notion, like, I mean, it's not just Ukraine that's ran by, quote-unquote, actors. It's also America and Russia. Like, all of them are. Like, all the actors in this shit are. No pun intended. I can relate. I'm benching with Babish, and now I'm a Master Chef. Yep. I watched the Son Piker watch Master Chef, and now I'm a Master Chef myself. By the way, I did actually cook a sunny side up egg for the first time the other night, and I'm not gonna lie, I didn't realize what I was missing out on. It was actually pretty fucking amazing. I did put it on top of a steak though, so that probably did help.
Because he'll fix our country. And then when Russia...
What the fuck was that? Is this guy on coke? Did he like snort a line of coke before he did this?
Now you gotta get Joe Biden, sleepy Joe Biden's gotta come in there and somehow clean up the mess? Yeah, right, I don't have time.
Yeah, this guy's conservative.
For that. I got messes on my border. I'm in Dallas. Every day I walk around Bachman Lake Park. I see Guatemalans get off a bus in a backpack, wandering around, don't know what to do. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not in.
What? Wait, what the fuck? I see Guatemalans walk off of the transit bus system that we have in Dallas, and they're just like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, what? Like, what? Oh my god, dude, this guy has definitely snorted a line of coke, that is for sure. That is a guarantee. Or he snorted some Adderall like, you know, his daddy Trump. Like, I mean, you know, he's doing all the things. The Sleepy Joe, like, dude, he's hitting him. I'm like, dude, let's go. Dude, who is this guy? Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, this guy is awesome. I believe this is a symptom of a condition known as bitch fitting. Dude, I love this guy. I actually love this guy. Hold on. I'm assuming in the descriptions, alright, so he does it by, like, order, right? Like, you know, top to bottom, left to right in the descriptions, right? C.W. Austin. So is it Alex Stein? Hold on. This is Twitter. Alright, let's look at it real quick. Let's see. Let's see. Is this the same guy? Is it Alex Stein? Is this guy's name? Oh, fuck you. Conspiracy Castle? Why is he wearing that? Hold on, why is he wearing this? Why is he wearing that? Like, what happened here? What happened, bud? You alright? He looks happy about it. Cat Maximilius that hosted Conspiracy Castle? Wait, I probably should. Okay, I should be careful. Hold on, is this the same dude? I need to find something that he's, is there a video of his or something? Hold on, let me go to media. Fuck you! Oh my god, it won't let me? You're a cunt. I guess I could go in the app, but whatever. Queer indigenous professor who died of COVID-19 didn't actually exist? What? Wait. Trump Stein 2024. Oh god. The Russian army must be terrified. Yeah, you have female military officers. You know, the Russian army also had female soldiers back in World War II, right? That literally killed fucking Nazis. You know that, right? Yeah. Anyway, but they didn't. What the fuck happened here? What happened to this boy? Is there a video of his? Is there like some... Okay, I guess he has the fucking Conspiracy Castle thing. Hold on, let's go to that, I guess. It's probably gonna get me back on the... Okay, yeah, alright, here we go. Looks like Dallas City Council. Yep, this is guy. This is guy. This is him. It's Alex. Yep, this is him. This is him. I can't really tell from this screen, but yeah, honestly, yep. This. He was boasting about his life being in Dallas, so he got this right here. So yep, it's him. Like this told me everything. Like, you got a guy who's like, I'm from Dallas, blah, blah, blah. God is arcane. Oh my god, the content. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, baby. Oh, you know what? I will subscribe just for the content, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. I'm doing it. I will. I wanna fucking stay tuned with this guy. I wanna stay in tune for him. I wanna see what he's up. I wanna see what's up with him, bro. I definitely wanna check out some shit about that guy. I'll unsubscribe eventually, but at least in the meantime, I'm gonna use that as an opportunity to be notified of some shit. There's no bigger undeserved ego than that of a conservative Texan. Honestly, because I have conservative family members in Texas, there's actually a legit hint of truth to that. I mean, I will say, at least when it comes to my conservative family, they're not, like, egotistical. I mean, some kinda, but not really. Not like that. Definitely not like this guy. This Alex Stein dude. I mean, it's more like, you know, the compassionate conservative type where they're going to be kind of friendly with you on the face of it and kind of be, you know, like, quote, humble. But, you know, behind the scenes, they're probably talking some sort of shit or something, you know, like, oh, you know, I think you had a little bit of a flamboyant kind of, you know, kind of like that, yeah, that metrosexual, homosexual thing. You kind of have, he kind of, you know, felt like that a little bit, like, you know, Saudi kind of was a little flamboyant, like, oh my goodness. And you got, like, you know, the conservative MAGA mom, you know, talking to the husband, is like, yeah, you kind of had a little bit of that, you know. You had a little bit of a, kind of a, you know, ragged demeanor right there about that. I don't know about that son of a bitch. You know, it's just like, you know, while they're at the dinner table. But when they meet you in person, they're like, oh, how you doing? How's it going there, you know, old, you know, sir? How you doing there, boy? What's going on? You know, but, like, behind the scene, they're just like, I don't know about this. It's like, oh, God. So, Golf, what the fuck are you doing?
What are you doing, you crazy boy? I'm Michael.
What are you talking about? I love it. I mean, I'm just saying that's a problem. We can fix that problem and not worry about the Ukrainian border. So that's where I stand with that.
Or like, hey, Dad, can I bring my friend Tyrone over? And then he does that sucky motion for C's. I don't think that'll be a good idea. I mean, you know, it sounds, you know, I know your friend Tyrone sounds like a good kid, but, I mean, you know, the house isn't necessarily in order, and, you know, it's just like, I mean, you know, it's, yeah, not a good idea. They wouldn't maybe say, like, good idea. They'd be like, well, you know, the house ain't necessarily in order, and, I mean, you know, it's like, I mean, we don't, you know, we weren't really going to get groceries until next week, and we're, you know, we don't necessarily have enough food to, you know, just, you know, like, just have somebody over, you know, having a little extra. We can't necessarily have people over, you know, it's like, I mean, you know, there's just, like, we can't just necessarily just, you know, bring people over all the time and stuff. Like, I mean, maybe next time, but right now, it ain't a good idea. They'll just, like, really, like, you know, throw off random bullshit where it's just, like, you know, deep down inside, it's just, like, yeah, we went shopping yesterday, or it's just, like, the house is totally clean because you're a fucking clean freak, or whatever the fuck. Like, I mean, you know, it was some shit, dude. It's gonna be some shit like that where it's like, you look around, house is fine, there's like maybe like 3 dishes in the sink from your breakfast earlier that day or some shit. Like, I mean, it's gonna be some shit like that, and you're just like, like, these excuses don't match up with the logic here, bud. It's like, are you sure? Because we went shopping the other day. It's like, well, I mean, we went shopping enough for all of us, but not necessarily for other people. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, but we're going to have a family meeting, you know, in 4 days. Like, I mean, I'm sure, you know, we have enough, you know, to have just one friend over just for, like, you know, like some snacks or whatever. Like, come on. Nah, not a good idea. The house ain't, you know, all cleaned up and stuff. And, you know, blah, 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 blah. Plus, you got that science project. It's like the science project was done last week. It's like, well, you got that other thing you got going on. It's like, do you pay attention to me? Or they do get invited over and they're just like, watch closely. What are you doing with that? I was just getting some cereal. Dylan said I could have some. Just Mike, sure. You know what? And honestly, Dylan didn't get permission from us that there's, you know, permission that, you know, that you can have. You have to get permission from us next time. Don't do that again with his permission. You gotta ask us. It's primarily me. Dale, get in there, you son of a bitch. What? It's like, why did you say he has permission to have some goddamn cereal? It's like, 'cause it's cereal. Like, who cares? It's cereal. You know how I put my hard work and labor and my bootstraps into that damn cereal? You know how hard it took me to work for that cereal? You know how much I put my sweat and bread and butter into that? We do not go to church every Sunday just for you to just take the Lord's name in vain and just, you know, let him take some cereal without my permission of, you know, as the Lord of the house here. So, I need you to understand that. Next time, you know, it's like, I'm going to have to unfortunately ask him to leave if he does this again. Unless he has permission from me. If I'm not home, then he has to call me from our home phone. You know our number. Dad, come on. It's like, nope, I don't want to hear no excuses. The father knows best, and you know, that's what it got to be. You know how I like my buckles. You don't want to know what happens when it comes off, I tell you. It's like, oh my god, fine. Fine. What was that? That didn't sound, that little cutoff right there didn't sound like a goddamn fucking fine right there. It's like, it was. No, it wasn't. That sounded like that sounded like it was a start to a fuck you. That's what it sounded like there, boy. And then you just got Tyrone in the background, just like, was it really a big deal to have the cereals? It's like, Tyrone, please don't, not now. He's just, and he got like the fucking dad, like, what should it, Ted. The father's name is Ted. We got fucking Ted just still going off, not even paying attention to that, and just like, yeah, you need to understand, you know, it's like, oh my god, I like we just have like this fucking like conservative family, dude, just like made up, and just like, just creating this fucking arc out of nowhere. Turns out you bought the cereal on your own money. Oh yeah, my house, my rules. Bitch, I help you pay rent. It's like, no you don't, you just sit there and play video games all day. And that's what you do. You play around video games all day, this Tyrone fella, and is that what you do? You don't even like go out and play no more outside. So it's like, you know what, Dad? It's because I'm gay, alright? It's because Tyrone's fucking my pussy, alright? That's why. It just comes out and he's this is gay for Tyrone, bro. Get by Tyrone's house like 1,000 times better, because you don't get the bullshit of getting fucked on because you just want to get your pussy slain by Tyrone, bro. A consensual, you know, homosexual relationship going on there, where it's just like, you know, it's just like, honestly, Tyrone and Dylan sound like a cute couple. Like this arc that we've built up for these people, like they sound too cute together in this situation. So just like, I feel like, you know, there's like some, you know, like some closeted things that had to come out, but, you know, for Dylan there, bro. You know, it's like, because that was one of the elements as to why Tyrone couldn't fucking, you know, be invited, because he had too much of that. You know, because, you know, he got like that conservative, like, you know, that, you know, the last time I was here, a little too fag, mom, I don't like it, I don't like that fella. And it's like, you know, it comes over again, and it's like getting this argument, it's like, because, you know why? Because I was gay, you fuck. I help you pay the rent, I do the bills and shit, I bought that cereal with my own damn money, and I'm gay, fuck you. And you know what, I'm moving to Tyrone's house. You can kick me out all you want, because I already packed my shit into boxes. Black families when cops drive by. Quick, act white! The cops drive by and see some clipped hedges in the shape of a swan. Oh my god. It's kind of sad, but true. But honestly, that just means Tyrone's house is just that much more drippy. It's got that drip. It's got like a fucking badass, like, it's got the wings out too. It's just like, it's one of those like swan hedges that are like with the wings sprawled out. And it's just like, you know, just kind of like, you know, looking like it's, you know, in this domineering position and shit. Like, you know, it's about to like kind of flex on you or something. You know, it's just like, and that's kind of like what you walk up to, you know, as you walk by the door and you got this like swan head, just like, you know, arms, you know, like wings out, just like, you know, all this shit. Like, dude, Tyrone's house sounds like, you know, fucking pad, bro. It sounds like the pad to be at, to just like hang out and chill. You know our boy smokes weed. You know my boy Tyrone smokes weed here. You know, in this case, like we know this hypothetical, like either bi or gay. You know, black man Tyrone here. You know, it's like, you know, he's got the fucking pad, bro. Like, you know, it's like his family was able to fucking, you know, like, you know, have a couple small business ventures and shit. You know, adorn themselves some wealth and stuff, and have a decent, you know, standard of living and shit. Live in a fairly decent little community and everything, but unfortunately still have to kind of, you know, deal with some of the discrimination cops, because they're still like, I don't know about these top people, because they're, you know, you know, very progressive, you know, kind of like counter to the culture around there and shit, you know, so they're gonna, you know, they still get picked on, all that bullshit. But that's why they got like the pad, bro. That's why they got the drip, you know, on that pad, where they got the fucking epic swan, you know, and all this shit, where they kind of have to quote act white, but nonetheless they do it in like an unorthodox way, where it's like, hey, you know, how you do die, you know, fellow neighbor. You know, but, you know, they're doing it in their own like kind of, you know, flair a little bit still, you know. So it's like, I mean, yeah, I don't know, like Tyrone's pad sounds like the pad to be at, you know what I mean? You know they got weed in there. You know they do. I mean, with a pad like that, you know they do. It's like, I mean, you know, it's just like the place to hang out at. Like, you know, and also like a couple of the Karen moms, you know, they'll kind of come over and, you know, do the compassionate conservatives and like, oh, hi, I brought you some cakes, or I brought you some muffins, or I brought you nice little bowl coleslaw, or some shit like that. You know, they're going to be doing that, and, you know, they're going to be having a nice conversation, you know, maybe a wine or two, gets drunk a little bit, you know. And then, you know, like, the mother, like, what's her fucking good name gonna be? Like, I don't even know. Like, you know, like the Mississippi, you know, for Tyrone and shit. Like, you know, Mama Tyrone. I don't know. Like, you know, the mother for Tyrone. Like, I don't know what her name in this arc is gonna be, but, you know, it's just like, you got her, and she's like, you know, it's like, I know y'all, you know, tend to probably be stressed out, you know, with your babies, you know, because I understand that feeling too. I understand that your husband sometimes, you know, can probably be a drag every now and then. I understand. Abigail, yep. Abigail, bro, that's her name. And she's like, I understand, you know, all that could be kind of, you know, a little bit of a stress shug. I understand, you know. And she brings out these fucking, you know, brownies, like, these are, you know, a little bit of a specialty brownies I made, you know. It's like, and, you know, a couple of them are like, what do you mean, you know? And it's like, what do you mean by that? Some specialty brownies? What you do with those brownies, you know? And they're all kind of having, like, you know, a little, like, conservative, weird, like, little girl moment, like, oh, what'd you do with those brownies, huh, Shug? You know, that type of shit, you know, and then it's just like, oh, well, I put a little bit of, you know, some of that, you know, cannabis in there, you know, I put a little bit of my signature cannabis oil in there, honey, you know, and then she just kind of, you know, comes out and it's like, yeah, you know, doing that, you know, a few of them be like, wait, hold up, what, you know, they'll be like, no, you know, they'll all be kind of thrown up, it's like, but then it's like, hold on, I mean, it's just a little brownie. They're not even that powerful. I made sure that I made these, you know, to be light and, you know, for the guests so they can take a sample. You know, it's not even that, you know, strong. It's mostly, you know, primary CBD where it makes your body feel good. And she just kind of starts explaining it to him and shit. And then just, like, enlightens, you know, these conservatives, to, you know, some of these other ones to weed and shit. As, like, the norms, you know, about weed start shifting, you know, with the culture. She's, you know, another arbiter of that, you know, shift. You know, and gets like 4 or 5 conservative moms in the neighborhood that just like turn around and shit, and maybe like 8 of them overall to fucking at least try them or some shit, dude. You know, because and then like, you know, there's like every Sunday after church, like all the conservative moms are gonna go to just you know, Abigail / Tyrone's pad, you know. I mean, and just like kick it. I mean, Tyrone's the son. Who would be the fucking father? Fucking Louis. There we go. Let's keep it simple. Louis. Abigail, Louis, and then they got their son Tyrone. Dude, that would be the fucking pad, bro. Like, I mean, and then, you know, all the conservative dads are hanging out with Louis where they're, you know, they're trying out, like, you know, these, like, rare, succulent, like, fucking whiskeys and shit or some, whatever the fuck. You know, and, you know, kind of doing the typical, like, dude shit, you know, bro shit or whatever, probably, you know, going out mud and stuff like that. But while, you know, while Abigail's giving out, like, the brownies and shit, he's getting the joints, and it's like, hey, you know, I know you like those cigars, but have you tried some of these more, you know, like, you know, greener cigars? You know, it's like doing that type of shit. It's like, have you tried these more, you know, legalized tobacco, you know, type of cigars? And they'll be like, what you mean? This tobacco's already legalized. It's like, oh, that's not what I mean. Here, look at it. You want to try it out? You're not with your wife right now. By the time it wears off, you know, it'll be gone. You know, by the time you have to pick up your wife, you know, it'll all be good. Try it out. Make it feel good. You know, it's like, I'll start off. I'll let you know how it feels. You know, I'm kind of, you know, I got a bomb, but, you know, it's like he's kind of lighting up, you know, taking a drag, like, you know, it's like, this light cigar, you know, just kind of showing him, like, just like that. You just, all you have to do is taste it, and just kind of pass it over to him, and he tries it out a little bit. It's like, oh, this is some interesting shit. It's weed, isn't it? And that's what it is, huh? And he's like, yeah, that's right. You know, and it's like, oh, that actually does feel kind of good. And they kind of go back and forth and shit. Dude, the psyop, dude. Did Tyrone, did this, like, random, like, arc for, you know, these characters, dude? I like how we just, like, devolved away from, like, the Dylan arc and his fucking family. I feel bad for his ass in this, but, I mean, it just enforces the point where, you know, Dylan just moves over to fucking Tyrone's pad and, you know, embraces his sexuality with Tyrone and fucking, you know, moves into the pad that's 1,000 times better. Badass, like, garden work where you got, like, this epic swan and shit in the fucking front yard. Got, like, a little grow op underneath in the basement and shit where no one notices. Smell doesn't escape, none of that shit. You know, like, I mean, you know, got, like, the fucking setup. I mean, you know, it's like... I mean, I have a weird feeling that maybe outside of the names, there's probably a family in Texas that unironically is, like, you know, like a black family is legit like this, minus the Swan probably, but are probably like that, where it's like they are actually kind of good with the neighbors despite, like, the political differences, just because, you know, socially they're, you know, charismatic and chill and, you know, friendly enough and yada yada. You know, and at least perceive themselves as kind of like, you know, the cultural, traditional norm to at least a certain degree. You know, stuff like that. Nothing more dangerous to minor communities than police with a quota to me. Yeah, that's seriously. I mean, honestly, quota shouldn't even be a fucking thing when it comes to policing. The only quota there should be is fucking, like, a maximum quota. It's like, like, honestly, it's like, you can't go beyond this fucking point. If you go beyond this quota, you fucked up. You know, it's like, you know, that's what the quota should be like. It's like, it should be reversed. Like, de-incentivize some of this shit. It's like, when it comes to, like, certain fucking, like, minor misdemeanor style, or, like, you know, fucking minor-ass fucking crimes and shit, like, there probably should be more of a maximum quota, not, like... You know, of, like, you know, you can't go beyond it, more so of, like, try to maximize it by adding as much as possible. You know, it needs to be kind of reversed on what that means. Like, as it's quotas as a concept for cops are just stupid. You probably have to gauge how much blackness they can exert in a situation. Lots of whites, yeah, Mexicans too, though. Better keep it at 40%. They probably do. They probably do. It's like, it's mostly a white community, but there happens to be one black family here. Well, they probably are going to blend in enough to where they're going to mind their place. So we don't need to patrol here as much. Yeah, or whatever the fuck. But, unfortunately, at least when it comes to cops, that is legit sad, but truth. Because basically, like, if it's, you know, either a predominantly Hispanic or black, you know, community, or, you know, minor community overall, and there happens to be some whites in there, they just kind of get lumped into the mix, too. Which kind of correlates, as, you know, with the whole, like, you know, element when it comes to, like, poverty and labor and class and shit like that. But, I mean, it's like, I mean, but regardless of that, they definitely won't be treated the same. They'll be like, oh, well, you're right, you're whites, but you're in the same neighborhood, so we'll treat you shittily, but you're not as shitty as the rest of them here. This just happens to be your fault for being here, or whatever the fuck. You know, it's gonna be some shit like that. You know, so whatever weird conservative jingle jargon bullshit they got for that type of stuff. Yeah, but because I always imagine, like, the oh shit that pops into a black dude's head when they see a cop. Yeah. For me, when I see a cop, I just kind of have animosity, because, unfortunately, I know I can kind of get away with it a little more. But, I mean, honestly, at least when it comes to the cops around here, I more have animosity towards sheriffs, like the Clackamas County sheriffs that are around here. Like, I will legit, like, if I happen to see them patrolling around the streets around here, because they'll do sometimes, I'll be like, get the fuck out of here, fascie. Because they're just straight up, like, fucking fascistic as fuck and brutal. So, fuck the sheriffs around here as far as I'm concerned. The NCSD, North Clack Sheriff Department, fuck them. I mean, it's just like, I mean, they, like, because they basically because they can't necessarily fill their quotas in the neighborhoods they usually patrol when it comes to Clackamas County and shit, they'll fucking go into neighborhoods like ours, and it's like, fuck off. Like, we don't need your dirty ass fucking literal brown shirt fuck asses. They actually do kind of wear khaki brown shirts and shit, so it fits. The only thing they're missing is the swastika draped in the red, white, and blue. For an armband. Armband with a swastika draped in the red, white, and blue. They wear khakis? Yes. They do. And they also have those fucking cowboy hats, which they have no fucking right wearing. They're not like mine, but, you know, they're that typical, like, that sheriff hat type of shit, and they honestly have no right wearing those type of hats. I'm just gonna be blunt. Like, they just don't. Like, they should, like, they got, like, it'd be more honest if they were wearing, like, the fucking SS, like, hats or some shit, just in khaki. Like, if they're, like, you know, the Africa Corps or some shit in Germany in World War II or something like that. I'm sure there's a bunch of surplus hats they can buy. I'm sure if they found, like, an armory or some shit or a warehouse that had a bunch of, like, khaki Wehrmacht officer caps or some shit, they could probably buy a bunch. Enough to, you know, fit their whole arsenal. I have a sudden urge to give them wedges and stuff in my lockers. I'll stay silent. Honestly, what else some of the shit they've done? Pretty typical shit, honestly, for cops, but these are the ones that are in my fucking backyard. Remember those wildfires in Oregon and shit? Well, I mean, I guess you probably, it all morphs into, you know, one probably for you, but, like, there was some in 2020 specifically that were very fucking close. There's actually, like, evacuation orders for places like in Oregon City, which are like 20 miles away from me when that shit was going on. So, of course, you know, the height of the protests and all that shit, like, or at least during these fires, they weren't going on as much, but especially because of the smoke. But one thing that was going on was that a lot of these fucking Proud Boy, Patriot Prayer, neo-Nazi types and shit that were around, like, not only were they pretty much given carte blanche by the sheriffs to basically kind of do their own vigilante, like, road stops, armed with guns and shit, and fucking, like, stop random people they suspect as Antifa starting fires and shit like that, because there was this weird fucking conspiracy theory that, like, Antifa was starting the fires in Oregon and shit, which is literally beyond fucking false. That even other different police departments were fucking, like, openly stating, like, yeah, that is bullshit. But the Clackamas County Sheriffs, there were some sheriffs that were caught on video literally saying, hey, here's how you can, quote, legally get away with murder when it comes to situations into circumstances when going into a road stop or somebody's aggressive with you. So if you have to, like, you know, fight back or some shit, and you have a gun, and let's say they do too, because people evacuating, chances are they're probably going to have guns and shit, because they're taking a lot of their shit, including probably, like, a gun with them. You know, because they're evacuating and shit's gone crazy and blah, 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 you know, like, all this shit. And, you know, it's just like, there's, you know, and then you got, like, you know, these other motherfuckers who are doing their own vigilante shit, and they're like, and basically you got these sheriffs who were caught on video, literally like, here's how you can get away with fucking murder. And it's just like, and these are the sheriffs in my county. So, fuck them, as far as I'm concerned. Like, if our sheriffs here in this county were abolished, I'd consider it a blessing. So, fuck them. Like, they might not, like, be, quote-unquote, like, Nazis, so to speak, but their ideas and what they fucking do pretty much are. Like, they're pretty much like a department of neo-Nazis, as far as I'm concerned, so fuck their asses. So, I mean, just, like, their existence around here just enforces my ACAP for them here. Like, I mean, and also, like, my little local town's police department isn't really great overall. But, I mean, there really are just, you know, more of a nuisance when it comes to, like, traffic stops and shit like that, more so than anything. Which is annoying, especially for a lot of minority people that live around here, like Hispanics and blacks get pulled over 2.5+ times more than whites around here when it comes to traffic stops and shit. And they're more likely to get cited for violations in comparison to white people. And that's just in my town. And it's just like, are you fucking kidding me? It's just like, even though the cops around here barely do fuck all, it's just like, even in the shit they're already annoying with, they have to be like, just like, basically 2% racist. Like 2% extra racist of shit. It's like, are you fucking kidding? It's like, fuck, come on. It's like, fuck off. And honestly, I have a feeling I know who's probably doing that shit. Because, I'm gonna be honest, like, my mom used to do some photography, and, Sukov, what are you doing? What the fuck? What are you popping over there for, like, metal and shit, bro? But, like, anyway, but, like, you know, so my mom used to do some photography shit, and 20+ years ago, one of the local police officers, you know, got married and shit, and my mom did his wedding pictures and his wedding photos, so I actually, funny enough, actually kind of know one of them. And, like, that guy at least, you know, and also I know another one too. There's another guy, I'm not going to say his name, but there's 2 of them at least that for me personally, I don't think are doing it. Because their ideas and how they are and shit, just, they aren't like this, like, oh, like, I mean, they definitely, I mean, they're cops, so they're gonna have at least some conservative leanings to some degree or another, you know, when it comes to certain shit, but they don't strike me as the ones that are doing that type of shit, you know what I mean? Like, so, like, at least when it comes to the local PD around here, and at least knowing some of them, like, I know that, you know, some of them aren't really the ones doing this type of shit, and I kind of vaguely know a couple others, and they don't necessarily strike me as the ones doing it, but I definitely do not know some of them that basically hang out in their fucking patrol cars all goddamn day and shit, and those ones strike me as the ones doing it and shit, because I don't know them, I literally never ever talk to them and shit. They just hang out in their patrol car looking for a little somebody to fucking, you know, sniff out, to, you know, pull over and shit. It's those motherfuckers. I mean, they never leave their fucking vehicle, basically. Because at least the other ones that I know and shit, well, like, they come in our store and do other shit. Like, they actually are doing other stuff with their time. You know, but there's other ones that literally just will sit in their patrol car just kind of looking, waiting. Or just, like, you know, will patrol a certain little area just looking for somebody to fuck up or something like that. Or they just suspect is fucking up. And it's just like, I mean, and I can kind of tell which ones are which, and it's just like, and those are the ones who are ridiculously fucking annoying. And the ones that are probably the reason to those statistics. So, at least for, like, specifically our local PD, it's better, you know, in comparison to other cops and other police departments and shit, but it's like, nonetheless, they got their, I guess in our case, it's more like the bad apples mentality more so than it's like a fundamental culture and shit. Because, I mean, at least a good, decent part of the force are legit people that have been, or at least, you know, you've either lived here for a long time or been born and raised here. You know, at least a decent part of the force and shit. But not all of them. In fact, I can kind of tell a couple of them probably have come from other departments, and it's probably exacerbating some of this other bullshit. Because, I mean, a part of different changes that have happened over the years and shit, I mean, the policing is one of them. You know, things have kind of slightly changed a little bit. I mean, at least they're not shooting people on sight or whatever the fuck, and, you know, trying to fucking, you know, make another George Floyd or whatever the hell. At least they're not doing that shit. Honestly, I think there would legitimately be some outrage to some extent if that happened. But, I mean, you know, because honestly, like, the last time there was an actual shooting with our local police, it was due to a case of somebody who had a warrant for their arrest because of for a crime they did, and they were armed. And a police officer happened to get a call about some suspicious activity, and it was this guy with the warrant. So he, you know, finds him walking around and shit, and pulls over and comes out and it's like, hey, what's up? Can I talk to you for a sec? And before he basically can finish, from what I understand, before he was able to finish that type of sentence, the guy, you know, pulls his gun and shoots at him. And I think fired like 3 shots or something like that. And the officer, and I remember his name, but again, I'm not gonna say it. But he fucking pulled his firearm out and fired, I think, like 8 shots back. So, and I actually kind of heard them too, like, because I think I got off work shortly before this happened, and I was walking home and hearing some of it. And at the time, I didn't think anything of it. I just thought it was like some industry sounds or some mechanical bullshit, whatever the fuck. I legit didn't think much of it. But basically, you know, he returned fire and the dude ran off and didn't get hit or anything and hid somewhere. And he called for backup and got a canine unit, and they sniffed the dude out and he got caught. But he got shot in the leg, a shot that, you know, wasn't lethal, but nonetheless, you know, was going to be out for like a few months and shit and all that. So, I mean, overall, it's just like, it's a justified scenario of, like, you know, having to shoot, you know, when being an officer. So it's like, the last time a shooting happened here, it was a justified shooting as far as I understand. Like, you got shot first. Like, I mean, it's kind of understandable. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like, hey, I got my gun trained on you already type of shit. It's, you know, you're pulling over and being like, hey, what's up? Can I talk to you for a second? And then you just get shot at. Like, I mean, yeah, it's understandable. You're like, oh, fuck, pulling my firearm out and I'm going to return fire. Like, yeah, like, I mean, that honestly, all in all, even for my ACAP standards, that's a justifiable, understandable merit to pull your firearm out and shoot. You know, so it's just like, I mean, even and I don't even think I can't even think the last time there has been, you know, police shooting with our police department outside of that circumstance, which probably was probably even decades ago prior to that, honestly. Like, I mean, at least for me, it was like the first time I've heard about that from our local PD having an instance like that. I mean, you know, I'm sure it isn't, but at least for, you know, my recollection, it is. And at least, you know, in the one case that I know of, it's a justifiable case, which, you know, it's like when it comes to certain police officers that walk on a beat, when it comes to certain suspicious activity or blah, 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 and they get called in, it's like, you know, them having one, it's not necessarily an issue, it's how they're trained with it, and at least in that case, you know, it was fine. At least for all intents and purposes of what happens. So it's just like, I don't know. I mean, I am sure I could probably see other scenarios or other cases that have happened, you know, with our local PD where I could find some unjustifiable circumstances. Like, I'm sure, you know, like, I'm not saying like, every time they've done it's all justifiable, but the only time I could think of at least. And I kind of knew that guy too a little bit vaguely because he would get, you know, like different, like meals and stuff like that from our deli and shit, like a lot of the other police officers do and shit. Mostly the ones that I know about. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna say names, but I know at least, you know, like 3 of them. One of them more familiar wise, and the other 2, one of them because of a coworker. Because one of my coworkers, back in a couple years back, actually, when he was a kid, used to babysit one of them. So they have a pretty close friendship and stuff. And whenever he would come in, they would have a chit chat, stuff like that. And sometimes I'd, you know, be part of the conversation. And he's actually a pretty good, friendly guy, and not a bad dude overall. But you know, so it's kind of the reason why he strikes me as a guy who's not doing some of this other bullshit that kind of, you know, puts a lot of this other, you know, statistical things like the 2% plus, give or take, you know, like stops when it comes to like blacks and Latinos and shit, when it comes to like the data on that. He's the dude who strikes me as someone who's not doing that type of thing. You know, just because he's literally been born and raised around here, knows people here and shit. He's kind of the quote unquote like archetype when it comes to this whole hypothetical thing I talk about when it comes to cops of what they ought to fucking be. Somebody who at least either was born and raised there or lives there long enough or lives there just in general to know that community to a certain degree and understand them and grow up around it to a certain degree or whatever. And, you know, and also have this, you know, training of de-escalation and not treating the place like it's like some sort of like war zone, like it's Fallujah or some shit. Like, I mean, because at least with, you know, at least a couple of the officers I know of, I mean, they at least to a certain degree do fit that type of archetype. I mean, not always, but I mean, at least to a certain extent. And these goddamn lights are still flickering. I'm pretty sure it's just that other one over there. It's not these other ones. At least not that I can tell. The crowd will go up. It's kind of a silly thing, too. At least around here, like, crime isn't inherently really getting better, but it's also just kind of like crime and poverty. Like, you know, things getting jacked or, you know, store, you know, having people, like, order something from our deli and then just, like, walking out the door or shit like that. I mean, honestly, when I, you know, see circumstances like that, it's just like, I can't really help but not give a fuck. It's like, oh, you took, like, you know, a little bit of food from our deli and then walked out. It's like, well, I mean, it's like, I guess, you know, you're gonna, it's like, at least you're getting fed. Like, I'd rather that regardless than you fucking, you know, starving, so, whatever. You know, like, it's not a big deal to me. Like, these fucking, you know, like, straw boss and shit. Like, I also found out that, like, apparently we're not doing, like, this $5 chicken for our chicken tenders anymore. Because we apparently, quote, lost profits on that shit. Which I find to be bullshit. Like, I feel like there's just, like, you know, excuse to that because, honestly, you know, in a lot of the days that are slow, especially, like, there's, you know, not as many people buying shit. So when it comes to their quotas, you know, when it comes to trying to get their daily profits and stuff, they're not hitting the benchmark as much, which are probably, you know, high, trying to maximize their, you know, productivity and profit margins and shit. So they're not hitting those marks, so thus they're losing profits because they're not hitting their marks and shit that they want. And it's just like, yeah, you're not actually, like, quote, losing profits just because you're not hitting specific marks in specific areas. It's just that, you know, you just, you know, want to use that as an excuse to cut labor hours and, you know, actually, you know, like, cut into the, you know, fucking workers and shit. So people like me get fucking affected from that. Which I am. Like, I'm literally only scheduled 2 days this week because of how much they fucking cut our labor hours. And I'm not the only one who's gotten that either. there's like 2 or 3 other people that have that same exact fucking bullshit happening to them too. In my department alone. That's not just, you know, considering the rest of the fucking, you know, store either. And if they would just stop fucking around with all this, you know, hours and shit like that, if they would at least, you know, set a bare minimum for, like, the functional hours that are needed for these departments and shit, and even if they, like, well, you have more, you know, from there, you know, or shit, but, you know, we won't cut any lesser than this, that would at least make sense in my mind. It's like, you know, we won't cut, you know, no further than this because this is, you know, the necessity of what you need for the department to work and function, given the people that you got or whatever the fuck. And, you know, it's like, if we have it, you know, we'll be able to boost it from there, you know, or some shit. But, you know, this idea of like, oh, we need to cut more and blah, 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 it's like, if you're, it's like, you wonder why the profits are probably going less and less and probably not getting as much productivity is because you keep cutting the fucking hours, dipshits. Like, 1, increase the pay, especially if you're going to be doing that, and 2, you know, fucking, you know, get people, you know, get either more people in, and 3, quit cutting the fucking hours overall. Like, seriously. I mean, because that's how, like, this shit is, you know, keeps happening. Like, just, oops. I like how we just still have this screen up. I spend like a little bit just like, you know, hold on, you know, I'll just leave it up there. We'll eventually go back and check this out. You know what? We'll go right here. We'll go like 20 minutes in and we'll just leave it right there for now. Sweet boy. Do I even want to click this? Don't want to click the play button yet. Yeah, hold off. I'll hold off for another moment. So I'm sure it's going to be something intense. You know what? Let's see what's happening. What's that?
Solutions like what we almost had in Iran. That would be fantastic.
Huh?
That we come to the negotiating table and they're strong arming us into doing this. And the reason is because they're worried about the expansion of American power. So go to the negotiating table and work with them and create a deal that's actually going to create lasting solutions like what we almost had in Iran. That would be fantastic.
Why would Russia with
oh boy. Everyone's wanting to chime in on that. Honestly, I'm not even really against that idea, to be honest. It's like, if there's a way to potentially, like, get a consensus where there's no, like, fucking, like, annexation or, you know, whatever, yeah, and all this other shit. I mean, that'd probably be the most best possible outcome, but I mean, let's just be honest, likely that's kind of not, so, sadly.
I just wanted to make my point because it's something that Destiny
this
said
guy
about
again.
the Cuban Missile Crisis, and we can look up Operation Northwoods. And Operation Northwoods was a plan to hijack planes during the Cuban Missile Crisis and make it look like it was Cuban nationals, and then fly it into buildings in Miami to start.
Yeah, because the United States has done many false flags during that time, including the Gulf of Tonkin and amongst other things. Like, that's not... what's it going with this?
a reason to start a war with the Cubans. You can look this up. And then what happened on September 11, 2001, 19 hijackers with razor blades, supposedly box cutters, supposedly defeated the greatest army in the world, the most defense army in the world, and then knocked down 3 towers with 2 planes. That story is laughable, but we'll forget about that. So what happened with that?
Whoa. Okay.
After that, well, I'm just saying, I believe...
All right, hold up. So wait, what's it going? Wait, what do you mean by that? The story's okay. Is there like some definitely questionable shit about 9/11? Yeah, but like, yeah, the planes definitely kind of flew into their, it kind of flew into the buildings, dude. Like, there's literally multiple different camera angles, at least of the second fucking impact. And I think there's a bunch of different ones of the first, too. Of the first one. So it's just like, I mean, there's legit, like, just, I mean, there's like there's a bunch of different angles of this thing. On top of that, like, I mean, there's also the Pentagon that got it, too. And then fucking, the last one, the fourth one. Which, that one, I think, has a lot more questionability, because, at least in my mind, I feel like that one was shot down more than anything. But, nonetheless, the story is that they all fucking, hijacked it and fucking, or re-hijacked it, but, in the process of trying to get in the cockpit, they fucking, the original hijacker fucking creamed it straight to the ground and fucking crashed and shit. Which... I mean, it's like, it's possible that could have been, what was, going on, but considering the U.S. Air Force was straight up, like, on their ass, and was, supposedly just not, like, just armed or anything like that. They're like, oh yeah, we didn't even have enough time to arm up and shit, but it's just like, I mean... like, during training exercises, amongst other different things, like, a lot of these aircraft are, like, I'll see, like, even, like, the, Oregon National Guard Air Force, like, they will fucking, at least the Portland, or the Oregon National Guard, they have their own air wing, and I'll see them flying around here, and, they have armament on it sometimes. I mean, it's just like... I guess not necessarily always, but they either have, like, like fuel tanks or, a couple of little missiles on it and shit like that. I mean, because I'm assuming, it's a way for them to kind of train about, like, arming and kind of get ready to, like, figuring out how to fire their missiles without actually, like, firing them, Because I guess they're not going to... I imagine they're not going to just fire missiles, over, like, the population density areas, you know what I mean? So... but nonetheless, probably do different patrols and shit. But they have like I'll like look up and now I see them flying over, but I'll see armament on it. It's like I imagine that it's just not like that, just for the aesthetic purposes. I'm sure there's legit training reasons for it. It's like, so why would it be different anywhere else?
What I'm saying, I don't care what you say. I'm the conspiracy castle. It was an inside job orchestrated by people within our government and Israel and Saudi Arabia. But that doesn't matter. This is what I'm saying. So we can get into it. But
what? A conspiracy by Israel, Saudi... Oh my god. Okay. Whoa. Bruh. Whoa. I mean, Saudi Arabia, yeah, there's like some element of possibility and some merit, to that. Considering that most of them were Saudis that hijacked it, hijacked these aircraft. But there's a little bit more nuance to that. In Israel, are we serious? Oh my god, this is getting juicy.
Point. So what happened? That started basically a 20-year war in the Middle East. Why? Who did that benefit? Probably Israel the most, because the 7 biggest countries that threatened it. But
I like that random that I heard. Is right. What? Oh my god. We got one of those guys. We got one of those boys, dude. We got Jay Kewer. A Jewish question night, dude. Oh my god. You know, I have to say, I'm not like the biggest fan of Dylan, to be honest. But I absolutely love the Sippy Dippy Roundtable shit sometimes. Sometimes. Because some of the characters that are on here, like this motherfucker, are just amazing to listen to. Like, a JQer, dude. Of course, there has to at least be one, bro.
We echo.
What I'm saying is
bring it back
on. Okay, listen.
Oh my god, everyone's trying to. Oh my god. He's like, let me just like flex some JQ on y'all, and everyone's like, everyone wants to fucking have their fucking bone on it, dude. Oh my god, holy shit, dude, this is awesome. I like how, I guess the first topic, or at least what is supposed to be the topic right now, is about like Russia or Ukraine or something, but right now he's talking about like 9/11, JQ, how Israel's doing, like running everything. Like, I like how so far afield he just, like, took everything, bro. I love these fucking conspiracy theorists, dude. They just, like, they'll take, like, one topic that's supposed to be discussed, and then they're just like, we're gonna go, like, 10,000 miles an hour. Zukov, hey! Zukov! Get over here. What are you doing? Hey! Are you fucking eating shit that you're not supposed to? Get over here. Get over here. Nah. No. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. No. Lay down. No. What are you doing? No. 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 But yeah, it's just like... It's just like, I love how they'll take like one topic and just be like, yeah, today we're going to be, like, the first, third of our debate panel today will be about Russia and Ukraine, and on that conflict, on whether we should help Ukraine or not. Yes, Conspiracy Castle, would you like to begin? It's like, yeah, so anyway, it's like, if we look at this guy's similar to the 9/11 conspiracy where, it's like, Israel and, and Saudi Arabia were, like, colluding together, to kind of, benefit their own best interests, especially Israel. Let me just tell you about Israel anyway, because they're, it's like, what the fuck, bro? Like, I mean, they'll just take one fucking, like, these JQers, dude, they'll take, like, literally any topic and somehow always bring it back to the fucking, like, the Jews, like, every time, bro. And this guy's doing it flawlessly. He's somehow taking a totally, like, different fucking thing that's going on, the Russian-Ukrainian, tensions that are rising and shit with a potential inevitable World War III, and you just have a JQ like, yo, let me just tell you about Israel, fam. Like this, oh my god. I knew from the first, like, chunk of listening to this guy, to that Alex Stein dude, I knew he was a gem. Because there was, dude, the content, bro. I'm okay. We're gonna have to, like, in future streams, we're using this guy for content. Oh my god, this guy's amazing. This dude is beautiful. I love him. I mean, I ironically love him. I mean, he's a fucking parasite, for his ideas, but, like, oh my god, though, content, though, I love him. Holy shit. So what? I just, oh, please just keep going, bro. I just prosper further. I want to see more of Alex Stein, dude. I want him to keep chugging forth with your weird ass fucking insanity, bro. I'm here for it. I'm here to see where you go with it, dude. Oh my god, amazing. Amazing. I'm just gonna, I'm glad I clicked this, because holy shit, dude. He's a gem. I don't even give a fuck about the rest of that panel and shit. I'm just happy that I've clicked on just for him. Like, you know what? I don't even care. I just want to see his entire about page. What does a fully say? Oh, oh my god, this is beautiful. Welcome to the Conspiracy Castle. I'm your Prince, Alexander Stein, and God is our King. This channel is intended to shatter the illusions of the world that we are currently living in the moment. I hope I can show you some truth. Oh my god. Oh yes, go off King. Or go off Prince. Wait, what is he subscribed to? Liberty Warrior Nation? Oh my god, it's in all caps. You know it's good when a channel is all caps saying something like Liberty Warrior Nation, dude. Second best comedian, 5 subscribers, 4 videos. Wow, that's sad. One of your 5 subscribers is Conspiracy Castle. Like that's sad. Cryptoism. Free, no copyright instrumental beat. Okay, whatever. That's okay. OBDM videos. Wait, what's this? I'm going down a rabbit hole. Just wait, what's this? Conspiracy, paranormal, news. Oh, another one. Wait, what's your about page? What does it say for you, dude? OBDM news. Bringing you the latest news on the strange, unexplained, extraordinary, marvelous, and everything in between with a touch of humor. Is this like a partial satirical fucking thing? From Bigfoot to and UFOs to JFK and geopolitics, we hit it all. Okay. It's like listening to a wacky morning radio show the day the apocalypse starts. Oh my god, and then they just have a copyright disclaimer under section 107 shit. And then their fucking links. Okay. Okay. Yeah, fun, buddy. Alright. What's after you? Black Pill Radio? Black Pill Radio, dude. What is this? What's your... What do we got? The Black Pill Podcast is a conversation between friends to talk about the current climate of the world and look to find answers amongst the confusion. Do we bring up real questions? Oh, do you? And often the ones you're afraid to ask? Okay. Seeking answers to them. While pointing out the irony along the way. Oh, so, you know, the comedic types, huh? Come join this fun discussion that's filled with a good laugh, maybe a little buzz. A little buzz? What does that mean? Like alcohol? But definitely a little truth, huh? What's her videos? Operation Mindfuck. 4 months ago? You haven't streamed, you haven't uploaded anything in months? Aww. Hump Day, a dangerous role. Huh? Okay. Rami's dead and NFL's gay. Hump Day, what in the world? Hump Day, autistic president? Streamed plus 5 months ago, so I'm assuming that's probably about what? Black goo, cosmic will, fracture time, and age, something. Yeah, I haven't uploaded anything in a while. Black Pill Radio. That's kind of sad. Alright, what other fucking channels are in here? Alright, Black Pill Radio. Josh Rhodes 5. Ben Banka's comedy. Global Spiritual Revolution Media Group. Global Spiritual Revolution Media Group. New York City. New York is the Christian conservative counterculture nationality. Oh, wait, hold on. Global Spiritual Revolution Media Group, New York City. New York is the Christian conservative counterculture nationally and internationally syndicated radio broadcast through the iHeartRadio network, the iHeartRadio Media Group, the voice of New York. WOR 710 AM. Oh my god, they're actually on the fucking radio. brand is conservative in thought. Theocratic in spirit, God and country. Oh my fucking god. What's their last uploads? Streams. Oh, I don't want to click one of your videos. I do not want to click one of these. I do not want to click any of these, but I need to do that in order to find out how long. Okay, you know, fuck it. 3 days ago. Oh, they're active as fuck. They're hella active. Oh my god. JFG. Jean-Francois Garpe tonight? Oh my god, dude, JF? JF is in his... Oh my god, JF and Alex Stein's Conspiracy Castle channel? JF is in here. Oh my god. And he's still doing his shit. Oh. JF Garpe, bro. I like these lazy legs. Like, dude, I like the lazy legs. JF is in here. Oh my god. KGUP KGUP presents? What the fuck is this? This is a TV show. TV show? What? Associated to KGUP FM Emerge Radio, our terrestrial radio station based out of LA, California. Oh my god. KGUP has been supporting local artists since 2012. Okay. Originally, KGUP Presents the TV show began in 2019 to highlight emerging local artists. Wait, so is it just like a music thing? Terrestrial makes me think conspiracy things. Like, what's going on? Is it just music stuff? Turn off TV interview. Interview with Russian vids. Oh, I know Russian vids. I know about this guy. He's a flat earther and a hardcore conspiracy theorist. Oh my god, it's a conspiracy channel. It's a conspiracy theory channel. I know about Russian vids. Oh my god, he's a conspiracy freak. And that was 3 months ago. Oh my god, Russian vids still going strong. Holy shit. Oh my god. Dude, Conspiracy Castle's like got it all, dude. He's got all the fucking like he's got them all. Raw King Kong. Okay, what the fuck is Raw King Kong? What is this? Digging a garden bed to start to finish, planting collard greens and cabbage. Are we fucking serious? Real vegan agenda, far from Wellville, but on the road to happiness. These are all 9 months ago. You haven't done anything in forever. Southwest Florida winter garden tour. Digging a yeah. Tropical green juice. Who is it? A vegan? Is Alex Stein a vegan? Or just into the weird, like, home brewed thing going on here with this dude. How to have skinny genes. Genes, like G-E-N-E, like genetic genes. In 2020. Skinny jeans? What? Skinny jeans juice? Okay, I think my brain's starting to melt looking at these different channels of Conspiracy Castle. Ski Mask Media? What's this? About page. Ski Mask Media is a podcast network created by the Ski Mask host. Wow, very poignant and very wow. Ski Mask Collective is a chaotic comedy show hosted by the Ski Mask hosts, Jim Stansel and Ant Mead. Sports Mask Collective is our host sports show. Okay. Oh wow, hosted by Jim Stansel and Ant Mead. Same people. Wow. Diverse group of hosts, like diverse cast of hosts. Each week we bust balls, tell stories, and name names of some of the funniest comics and characters out there. Okay. Streamed, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I can't even. Alright. A day ago? Okay, so they're active. Episode 134, Life Jacket, streamed 1 day ago. So they're active right now, doing some shit. Life Jacket? Huh. You know, I am actually a little curious to listen into these guys, just to see where they fall in on things. Do I want to subscribe just out of curiosity's sake? You know what, I'll just for now. Matt Minyard. It literally just looks like it's a kid. It's literally just it's like some dude's random vlog channel and he has his kid. Okay, whatever. Rose 777 2.0. A 2.0? Backup channel. Meditation and internal map of what? Of reality? Oh my god. What is Conspiracy Castle's got all the fucking crazy goops, dude. New World Order quote compilation? A quote compilation? Oh my god. Please stop right to travel at success. No, oh god, okay, whatever. Puppies, kitties, and patient advocacy? Huh? I don't even know. Revenge of the Cis? Cis, like, as in CIS. Oh, what is this? The media insurgency is here. Alex Jones interview from a year ago. Oh my fucking god, this is a gold mine. I can already tell. When we were young, re-uploaded. They got taken down or something. In August 2017, old colleagues Mersh and Royce Lopez created a daily 2-hour live show talking about brutally and hilariously pick apart politics, current events, conspiracy theories, and celebs. We use some men to blah 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 in attempts to navigate it all with the grace of a drunk cripple. Okay, just some casual ableism, I guess. The internet co-founded some more like okay, whatever. Okay, well, okay. Man, dude, this goes on forever. Is it just like all of his subscriptions that I subscribe to? It is. It goes on forever. Oh my god. Paulusconi? They subscribe to a guy, Paulusconi, dude. What is this? Paulusconi? What the Paulusconi? Oh! There's not even an about page or nothing. What's the videos? Reacting to flat earthers, reacting to my blog post, a Twitch live stream. Okay, that's 2 weeks ago. So not an active channel. How the conservative narrative on George Floyd evolved. Is this kind of like a lefty channel? What's the comments on this one? So many of these fucking like comments are just like, oh, very formative, blah blah blah. I like it, keep it up, blah blah. I feel like these are bots a little bit. Very biased and clear subjective, glad to stay restricted. Okay. Subjectivity will be the end of civilized societies. That's a comment on this. Oh my fucking god. What the fuck does that even mean? Oh my god. I hate to break it to you, but that's reality. That's literally how reality is. Sorry. You shot, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so it sounds like this video is actually like a kind of like a defense of George Floyd a little bit, kind of analyzing the kind of like a legit analysis video a little bit from the looks of it. Okay. So is a retrospective Minneapolis college tour? Yeah, it looks like a way more exhaustive look at Tucker Carlson's White National. Oh, yeah, it is. This is actually kind of a little bit of a leftist channel. So why is Conspiracy Council subscribed to Paul Asconi? I'm actually subscribing to this guy. Paul Asconi. Paul Asconi. Tucker Carlson tonight is trap. That's his first video he uploaded like 3 years ago. The voice is in Tucker Carlson's head. He likes fucking on Tucker Carlson, looks it. Okay. Berlusconi. I love the name. But I'll have to check this guy's video out as well. Or at least, you know, some of these videos. I like how going down the rabbit hole of Conspiracy Council from a Dylan Burns Hippy Tippy podcast roundtable thing he did, like who knows when, led me down this rabbit hole. It made me find Berlusconi amongst many others, including finding others that I'm aware of, like Russian Viz, JF Galipe. I like the lazy legs Galipe. Our favorite Quebecan dork ass dipshit. Yeah, so it's like, damn. I'm gonna have to check out Conspiracy Castle though. That content though. He's just straight up some content. I love conspiracy theorists. Especially the ones that make YouTube channels and try to go forth with their shit. Because, my god. It's just content, baby. I love it. The shit they say and some of the stuff they think, it's just like, oh my goodness. And I love how they always have to have, at least to a certain minimal degree, a kernel of truth, just so they can hook in people who are at least still somewhat tangented into the reality, into the weird disillusions of a false reality. It's just like, damn son. I kind of have to respect that fucking talent of being able to, like, kind of stay within that, like, boundaries and shit. It's like, shit. Be within the realms of the crazy shit, but just enough into reality to where they can just, like, hook in and cast their net forth into the realms of reality and snack people out of that. That was a good hit. Oh, amazing. Amazing.
Well, that's okay. Look at you, little boy. It is me, little man. Yeah, you love that. Like those little scritches? Yeah, sweet little baby. Oh, here's a little softball. Yes, you is.
Just good little baby boy.
Hi, my little beast. I'm gonna just give you a little bit.
Sit. Sit. Pop. Good boy. There you go. I want to see what happened. Oh yeah, I have one more of these. You know what? I'll give you one of these for tonight. Alright now. Let's share a treat. Oh, I have two in here. Oh, okay.
Let me see your plane.
Oh my god, you weirdo. Oh my god, he can't be serious. Sit. Sit. Paw. There you go. You want to clean your dentures first, huh? Ugh. There you are. Yeah, I think I'll get myself some food too. Baby. Because I never refill his bowl of food as well. And so I'll get this last bowl loaded and conquer for evening. All that fun jazz. Finish up my brewskis with my food. That sounds like a good time right there. M.C. Oh, you know what? Never mind. Scratch that. Bruh. Earlier you were McGlitz today. You just kind of missed a rabbit hole that I delved into. What's happening? I delved into a fat ass rabbit hole. Like I found I don't know if you're familiar with a guy named Dylan Burns, but he does these panels called the Hippy Dippy Roundtable. And he had this guy called Alex Stein, who's a conspiracy theorist weirdo, and he has a channel called Conspiracy Castle. And I was just like, this guy's a gem. He's content. He's amazing. Like, I mean, he's just insane, and I love it. And I decided to see what, like, you know, I was just like, alright, you know, what's, you know, it's like, who's he subscribed to? And he's subscribed to Jean-Francois Garapé. He's subscribed to different weird conspiracy theorists. He's subscribed to this channel called Ski Mask Media. It's like fucking like Spiritual Realm Media or some shit. Like, he's subscribed to all these fucking weird ass motherfuckers. And I'm like, oh my god, the content, baby. It's a rabbit hole of insanity, and I just can't wait to, you know, I honestly want to like delve into some of it in the future. Especially fucking Conspiracy Castle. He sounds like a gem. I know it was late. I slept for like 7 hours. Well, I'm on my second Twisted Tea. Probably gonna get some food in a sec. Well, maybe not in a sec, but here soon.
Oh, little zoo coffee, a little sweet baby.
But, man, I mean, that rabbit hole overall, though, was quite the gem, Super Burrito. They're closed. Like, literally, when I got off work and I started walking home and shit, I literally saw them leaving their establishment, going on and fucking, you know, going home and shit, so.
Oh, look at you, he's so cute. Stop being so cute.
You never know, goes home 7-Eleven. I already went there. I got some snack. I got food here. Like, I don't have to go anywhere. I already did my business. I mean, I went to Sevy's to get the Twisted Tea.
Baby.
Oh, look at you. Pretty sure I have a dead burrito I forgot to eat. A dead burrito you forgot to eat. Hey, it's not dead. You can revive it. It can be revived. Huh. David Rovick's local PDX resident put a little community post out. Everybody out on Saturday, 2 p.m. at City Hall to be in solidarity with the city workers who are going on strike. Up the workers, especially the ones they call essential. How about treating them like that? Saturday, February 5th, 2 p.m. City Hall to the building, or to the 1900 building. Hey, cool shit. Sweet thing. Oh, you sweet little thing. Give me that. Whoop. I log my Vibe's dead phone, and why did he never activate his working backup phone like I said he would? Honestly, I never bothered to ask, so I don't even know. Goddamn, son. That was quite a yawn. Do you work Monday, margarita night at the Thunderbird? Possibly. I might get called in. I'm not, technically, but again, like I said, I might get called in that day. Just because, there's, like, just the understaffing bullshit amongst our different stuff, so maybe, but chances are probably not. Turn that microphone off, come to the Thunderbird, lol. Well, I kind of need my phone on to kind of see where the fuck, like, where it is. Wait, what's this meme? Oh, it's another Mr. Incredible meme? What the hell? Becoming extremely angry? Oh, shit. You know what, here. Let's kill some time. We'll look at some memes. Dun-dun-dun. Or go to work. Go to tuition after school. Study quantum physics? Nah, that'd be cool a little bit. Dude, trust myself, yep. Well, I'm the younger sibling. This doesn't make sense to me. Ah, my youth. Shout for mom. Pausing an online game by this is like very youth-based. But I like the metal. Having a bad insulting teammates. Holy shit, this is relatable, but holy fuck, that was intense. Work overtime, but boss doesn't give you overtime. True! Yes! Yes, this is true for me. All of them. Whoa, do all of them. Alone? Damn, whoa. Oh, shit. Forever? Whoa. That last part was definitely true, but oh my god. We went like extra to Dextra Super Saiyan God mode with that last one. Oh my god. Jesus. What the fuck? God, I love some of these Mr. Incredible memes. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I actually do. I do actually kind of like a lot of them. Jesus, everyone. Oh my god. You really want me to go down, huh? I mean, it, like, I'm not gonna lie, I need the fucking money, so it's like, if I get called in, I'm gonna probably prioritize that. Like, if they don't, then I probably won't, but, I mean, you know, it's like, but if they, you know, if they do, then I will. But, considering that I'm literally working 2 days, like, the last 2 fucking weeks, that's just, like, literally sacre bleu. So I know, like, these next few fucking paychecks are gonna be like fucking bollocks and goddamn shite and tripe and fucking parasitical garbage fucking shit. So it's just like I don't know what other like venomous vitriolic words to use, but what? Yeah, this week and well, last week technically, because it's now Sunday, well Monday. But you know, it's just like, you know, but yeah, like same thing for last week and shit. So I randomly showed up on Thursday, which my manager didn't like that, but just because I didn't really talk to her about it, but that was it. And then there was fucking Friday, which I got called in for, and then I'm scheduled for fucking Sunday, and then Saturday, and now to this Sunday, and now technically I'm off for the rest of the week until fucking Saturday. And it's like nope. Like, I mean, like, regardless whether they like it or not, I'm fucking coming in on those other days. Whether it's, you know, regardless of what days they are, I don't give a shit. But it's gonna be one of them. Or not just one of them, but multiples. At least 2 or 3 others. Preferably at least 2. Like a part of the... Hold on. I'm gonna cough. Okay, maybe not. I'm not gonna cough. But, like, one thing that needs to be a part of this, like, new fucking contract that's gonna negotiate is that there needs to be, like, a standard when it comes to fucking hours. Like, when it comes to, you know, how they're done, how, like, the department managers set it up and shit. Because I know this for a fucking fact that the department managers and shit will fucking write up the schedules and shit. And then the fucking other managers will, on top will fucking finalize them. But it's like, and they basically fuck over managers down below with their departments when it comes to labor hours. On top of fucking with, you know, the schedules that they already write up and shit. Yeah, not only is there going to be a lot of fucking confusion, but also there's going to be a lot of fucking, you know, like bullshit when it comes to miscommunication and, you know, kind of like this more negative mentality when it comes to management and shit. So does work finally enough people now? No. You really think that? No, of course not. Like, I mean, honestly, there is a possibility that we might get rid of somebody because they keep getting snappy with fucking people. including some other coworkers, and honestly, primarily the women. Like, our manager's, woman, and one of her other fucking coworkers I was closing with got, snapped at today for really no fucking reason. But because of this fucking scheduling, miscommunication bullshit, and this fucking shit with, fucking people's hours and stuff, I'm thinking, oh, because, they're doing 5 to 10s and shit, that's when I'm thinking I'm coming in or whatever. But, of course, this is like, oh, hey, we're gonna, actually, schedule 3 this time around. And it's like, huh? And of course, because I'm looking at the schedule and it's like, saying 5 to 10 or whatever. But, the actual, fucking schedule, what, it is when they fucking actually bring it up, today or whatever, it says something totally different. So it makes everyone fucking confused. It's like, so I'm looking at something that apparently isn't even the accurate fucking schedule. And then it's just, it's like, so it brings up this bullshit. So, also when I was, doing my little strem from earlier from today, apparently that was just, like, me running late, I guess. Which, of course, I don't fucking know. So it's just like, and I guess, the person I was being snappy about was fucking, mad because I didn't show up on time, whatever. But, of course, I don't fucking know that because they keep fucking with shit. That's the accurate schedule then. Exactly. That's kind of the fucking thing, isn't it? So which one's the real accurate fucking schedule? The one I looked at, or the one that, they see, on Sunday and shit? When, like, the other managers are in today and they bring in their, and everything else and stuff, doing inventory, etc., etc. When it comes to our department manager shit. So it's just like, which one's the true accurate one? Give people consistent hours? Yeah. Seriously. And the thing is, it's like and there's honestly like a selective bias to this shit, because there are honestly some people that do get this shit, where they have some consistent hours, at least to a certain degree, at least for the most part, but majority of people don't. So it's like, if upper management, like, if you're friends with them, or actually, like, good in with them and shit, like, like, you might be able to get, like, some consistent hours and shit, but for, like, a majority of other people, like, nope. Like, they couldn't really give a fuck, unless you're actually, like, friends and good in with them. It's like, it's ridiculous. And also, the closer I was with today was called in today. Not even fucking, scheduled for today, I found out. So I would have been closing by myself today, if it wasn't for that. And apparently, when my other coworker was talking about the incident when she got snapped at for no reason, it's like, she was mentioning how she was being called in and how I would have been alone by myself today. And the other, one of the PICs up there was just like, oh, well, he can handle it. It's like, I mean, yeah, I guess I could, because I have before, but what? Are you fucking kidding me? For, like, the pay I get and shit? Like, it ain't fucking worth it. Like, especially if I was close by myself that day, even though it was dead shit. Like, I'm been doing the bare fucking minimal, and I'm just going home. Straight up. Like, I mean, that, and honestly, that's even with me going in LA. Like, I might drag it on and, like, kill time, but, like, yeah, I'm not gonna be fucking, like, just, like, wasting my time, busting my ass, getting every nook and cranny and shit by myself. Fuck that. Like, I mean, like, I'll put in, like, maybe a little bit of elbow grease if I have at least, one other person with me, like it usually is. But beyond that, like, like, I'm not gonna put in extra work and shit, especially for the pay I'm getting. Like, actually fucking, like, pay me properly, and actually give me a more better, fair living wage and shit, and I probably would bust my hump a little more for it. But, like, give me minimum wage, you get minimal work. That's kind of how it works. I mean, with the work I do it right, but, I mean, I'm not, like, going out of my way to do extra fucking shit, out of merit my own goodwill. I mean, also the fucking consistent hours and shit. It's like, whenever I do actually get kind of a period of time where it's actually somewhat consistent with the hours and shit, it's like within like 2 or 3 weeks, it's like switched up again. it's like, it never really is truly consistent. It's like, I might be able to get, like, well, you got, like, Mondays, 2 days off, or, like, Mondays and Wednesdays, or blah, blah, blah off, or some shit, or you got, like, Monday, Tuesdays, and, like, a Thursday off, or some shit like that, and it'll be like that for, like, 2 or 3 weeks, and all of a sudden, it's like, oh, now you're working until fucking, you're having these days off, like, fucking, like, Friday or Thursday, or fucking this or that, or some shit. It's like, what? It's like, so now my shit's just totally flipped around for some fucking reason. I mean, especially considering the fucking, like, people that we do have concurrently right now, it's like there can easily be at least, despite the understaffing issues, like, consistent fucking hours and schedules that are set. Like, just straight up. There's no fucking excuse not to. But yet, they like to fuck around with it. And we're not the only department either. Like, I mean, Deli ain't the only ones getting fucked with this shit. I mean, it's just like, we seem to kind of get hit a lot with this type of shit, but, like, overall, I mean, we're not the only ones. Like, meat department gets it, produce to a certain extent, bakery, does to a degree and shit. I mean, meat counter definitely does, meat/seafood. Like, fucking, one of the co-workers that works over at meat department, he was by himself the entire day today, and is tomorrow, because he has to go up, work there in the morning and shit, and then by the time, someone shows up for the closing shift, he's leaving. So it's just like, wow, Jesus Christ, I don't even know how that fucking department functions, all in all. This could easily be solved with a spreadsheet schedule. People will have set hours and put time off they want to the spreadsheet, so people know on advance when covers need instead off. Getting called in last minutes. Yeah. I mean, seriously. Here, the zoo cop's just kind of chilling in here. I'm going to close that door real quick because it is chilly. Oh, it's only kind of closed. There, having it fully closed will keep it, from getting too cold in here, getting the breeze in. I mean, seriously. I mean, honestly, at least for a lot of our cases right now, a lot of it's just mainly because, I mean, people are being, getting sick and shit like that. So that at least, at least for our case, a lot of the interstaffing issues, because of just people being sick. Which, I guess, unfortunately, it's not necessarily something that is 100% controllable, obviously. You don't want people, coming in sick, but still. There's ways that can be easily solved with this type of bullshit. Let's go 1 second. It's at least a little something to wrap around my head and my neck. There we go. Ooh. Yeah. Put this over the bee. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. That sounds bullshit for me. Was stuck in the Matrix. I was stuck working for 7.5 hours straight due to bullshit. Honestly, if it wasn't for my coworker coming in today, getting called in, like, I would have fucking, probably been doing similar shit. Well, maybe not 7.5 hours, just considering what I thought and shit going in. Because I initially thought I was scheduled for 5 to 10, I was thinking, oh, I just show up around like 4:30 or some shit like that. And I showed up around 4:30, and it's just like, because that's what I was thinking anyway, about that time. And it was just like, it was just a little bullshit how they do this type of stuff, because it leaves a lot of us confused. And I mean, even on the last stream, like, you see one of my coworkers like, just checking in and see if you're coming in and blah blah blah. And I followed up with him. It's like, yo, this is what I thought. Was it's my bad. It wasn't no harm, no foul, whatever. And it's like, yeah, don't worry about it. I won't even feel bad about it, dude, because they keep fucking with schedules and shit like that, blah blah blah. And it's like, Like, it made me at least feel better about all of it. You know, because, like, oh, I mean, you know, I was, you know, just what I, you know, was ostensibly thinking, just, like, kind of, you know, just chilling, waking back before work and stuff, but it's like, oh, I'm actually late. But it's because they, you know, again, they don't actually communicate this shit. So it's like if they actually had that schedule out, that new one, or I get whatever is the correct one out like it, you know, should properly be, you know, I wouldn't have known this information. Because if the accurate one was that I was supposed to be in at 3, I would have known that. And I just, instead of doing a stream then, I just would have went into work. You know, so it's just like, I mean, you know, I'm thinking, I'll do this for like an hour or something before work or blah, blah, blah. You know, because, you know, sometimes I'll do that, you know, but, of course, they fuck with the shit, so, you know, that will leave, you know, one of my, you know, like, my other coworkers into this for a second, thinking, hey, what's going on? And it's just like, well, because they're fucking with bullshit, and I don't, you know the, you know, the information they're lack thereof of trying to communicate, because they don't, like, hardly. You know, it's like the fucking managers up top never communicate this type of shit, or really anything, unless it's just shit they want done. So it's like this type of stuff, you know, well, it happens sometimes, and it's just like, I mean, hey, you know, and honestly, legit, at the end of the day, you know, especially my other coworker, is like, yeah, he's right, you know, it ain't my fault. I mean, if they would just quit with fucking with the schedules and the hours and shit, and with the fucking labor that these departments need, especially with the people they have, you know, like, it wouldn't be a problem. Like, just straight up. I mean, it doesn't even necessarily have to be, like, absolutely, like, to the T fucking consistent, but there at least needs to be some general basis of consistency with this shit. At least on, like, a broader general level. It's like, you know, changing it up a little bit, you know, to, you know, accommodate for, you know, needs here and there and shit as they arise, or days off that, you know, that people request and blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, it's gonna happen. But, like, on a general level, I mean, there needs to at least be some fucking consistency. And there just isn't. And it leads to this type of shit sometimes. And then, again, we're not the only department that has these type of fucking problems. I mean, sometimes, you know, I'll hear, you know, one of the other coworkers from the other departments will come over and, you know, they'll be bullshitting around and stuff, and they'll be talking about, like, yeah, because, you know, they thought they were scheduled this time, blah, 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 you know, left me hanging and this and that, blah, 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 and this, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, same shit that, you know, I'm talking about right now. And it's just like, yeah, I mean, you know, honestly, I'm kind of looking like, you know, well, you know, maybe they just didn't know, because I know, like, sometimes management fucks with these schedules and shit sometimes, and it's like, and they're like, yeah, it could be that, you know, and, you know, give them benefit of the doubt, you know, hopefully, because they usually don't do this shit, blah, 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 or whatever, you know, but, I mean, because honestly, it is just the fucking truth of it. If they just would not fuck with the schedules and shit, there wouldn't be this problem, and there would probably be better productivities, thus, by proxy, more profits, or whatever it's like the, you know, it's seriously the only thing they ever give a fuck about. But, you know, for the virtue of trying to maximize that shit, they actually make it worse for themselves. They actually cut in on it. I mean, because you think you're going to be able to get, like, profits, productivity and shit, and having, like, fucking a dysfunctional communication between, you know, the upper management and the different departments, and, like, the scheduling amongst our different things. Like, I mean, you really think you're going to get, you know, something efficient like that? No. They're not at all. Like, I swear to fuck, it's like basically by sheer luck alone that store is still fucking functional. I swear to God. Like, I'm surprised that, like, like, honestly, if it was like, oh, you know what, I can't even say that, because there was one time where, like, half the entire store called in for various different fucking reasons. And it was like literally the most skeleton of skeleton crews I've ever seen. It's busier than shit, and somehow it's still like functioned. Man, what the fuck? And of course, store manager was there that day, and of course, doesn't do shit to help. Go figure. In fact, if I remember correctly, I think he left early that day. Once he'd done his essential shit, he left. It's like, I'm done, bye. But that's not unusual for him. He does that. Go figure. Oh, sleepy boy. Like, you better strike already, goddammit. Or get voted already. Like, seriously. Like, you don't get a contract done just kind of sitting on your ass. Feel me? You get it by actually fucking fighting for it. And getting a little sick of waiting around. At least, because at least in the meantime, it's like one of the main reasons why I'm at least kind of still sticking it along, you know, not necessarily wanting to fuck over specifically my coworkers at my department, because I actually like them. You know, I don't necessarily got, you know, any problems with them. They don't really necessarily got any problems with me, so it's just like, you know, I mean, there's that at least, but outside of that, it's like, I mean, there's nothing really inherently keeping me there. I guess the employee discount side, I literally have to renew every fucking month instead of like once a year or some shit. Like, I mean, I guess that's okay when you have to literally remind yourself and keep up with it every month instead of, you know, like once a year or something. It's like, here, you get your employee discounts. All you have to do is set it up once a year at the beginning of the year or something. It's like, okay. But no, it's at the beginning of every month. Or whenever you set it up. It's like, well, it gets so arbitrary and it gets so goddamn tedious. It's like, what's even the point? Especially when you don't really get that much discounts in the first place. Like, when you're first there and shit, it's like 5%. And then after a certain amount of time, it's like 10%. Then I think after you're there for like 10 years or some shit, it goes up to like 15. Ooh, 15, y'all. Or whatever. It's like, give me a break. I mean, I don't know if it's like 10 years or some shit, but it's just like, I mean, there needs to be a little bit more on that. And also, every now and then, if you do, you know, exceptional enough or whatever for the day, you know, you'll get these, like, little $5, you know, voucher cards and shit, where if you buy something that's at least $5 or more, you can get the $5 off on it. So let's say you buy something that's $5.50 and you use that card, all you have to do is just pay the 50 cents. That's it. So it's just like, I mean, it's like, alright, I mean, those are nice, but I wish they also had $5 ones, $10 ones, $15 ones, $20 ones, and so on and so forth. You know, so depending on how well you do, or, you know, whatever the fuck, you know, like the $5 ones are, like, easy to get, you know, all you have to do is just basically get, like, a compliment from a customer, there you go. But, you know, for the ones that, you know, like, let's say you're, like, by yourself and close the deli on your own or some shit like that, and you're by yourself after, like, 5 o'clock or something like that, and you have to be there for the last 5 hours on your own or some shit, hitting the last fucking dinner rush and et cetera, it's like, then you can get, like, one of the $50 cards or something like that. You know, shit like that. That actually making it more, like, merited, you know, when it comes to those type of little voucher things. but there's literally just $5 ones. That's it. It's like, I mean, can't there at least be like a $10 one? Like a 5 and a 10? Every now and then they'll probably throw you like 2 or 3 of them, you know, as like their way of like, you know, adding up to those, you know, maybe higher numbers, but that's pretty rare. There's actually one time, like, while the Kroger strikes are going on during Christmas and shit, or at least the week before then, where some corporate started walking through a little bit, and they basically were handing out these little voucher cards, but giving 2 of them at a time to everybody, just for the fuck of it. Yeah, as a way to like, hey, like us, please. Yeah, it's just like, huh, I wonder why you're doing this while Kroger, you know, which is also the people striking happen to be unionized, you know, with us as well here. I wonder why you're doing that. I mean, I thought that was pretty funny, so I got like this little, you know, like 2 little $5 voucher things, literally just for the fuck of it. Because they were just like, hey, don't hate us. It's like, I mean, whatever, I could tell what your fucking little shitty ass gesture is about. I mean, you know, it's like you can't, you know, like say, you can't give us like a little letter saying, hey, you'll get, you know, like this amount of like the fucking Christmas bonuses we get at the end of the year, you know, blah, 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 whatever the fuck. You know, it's just like they can't fucking, you know, do something that's real nice and sweet, you know, to make us, you know, get a little buttery or some shit. You know, but, they have to do the barest of fucking minimal. I mean, because they could be like, hey, you know, you can get, you know, like 0.5% of like, you know, the, you know, of like, you know, the Christmas bonus profits and shit, you know, but, you know, from that, you know, like depending on how long you worked, let's say, I don't know, like 5 years, you can get like an extra 1% or something like that. I don't know, fucking know, you know. You know, some shit where it's like, you know, you get a little bit of like, you know, a little bit of the cheddar when it comes to these type of bonuses and shit. I'm just kind of throwing numbers out there. I mean, it probably wouldn't be like 0.5% or something like that. But, I mean, overall, you know, point, you know, standing. It's just like, there needs to at least be a little, like, more where it's like, hey, we want to actually have like a healthy, you know, good relationship between management, corporation, and the workers. Like, how do we do that? I don't know, like, when it comes to the bonuses and little golden parachutes y'all motherfuckers get, why don't you get us some? It's like, get us like a nice little golden parachute every now and then. You know what? Not even golden ones. Just give us like a nice little decent silver, or a nice, you know, like beautiful brass, bronze, you know, fucking interior fucking like, you know, thing or some shit. You know, like, I mean, something's still nice and, you know, valuable, but, you know, nonetheless, a little something. I mean, you know, like something like shit. I mean, y'all motherfuckers get your gold parachutes all goddamn fucking year and, you know, every goddamn month and all this and that and shit. Where's ours? You know, it's like, we can have some of that every now and then. Fuck you. You know, it's like, I mean, we can have a little bit of the cut of the pie. I mean, fuck, we're the ones who fucking were able to make that pie in the first place, bitch. At least the dudes, like the fucking bakers, can at least have a little bit of it. A little bit of their own creation, right? I mean, the cooks have to fucking taste what they make, right? That's like a premise when it comes to culinary and food and baking or otherwise and shit, is that, you know, a smart chef or a smart baker will, you know, maybe not so much as baking because you got like raw food and stuff, but when it comes to at least, you know, the pre-making of, you know, making some baked goods. But, like, when it comes to cooking overall, it's the rule that, like, a smart chef will taste things as they're cooking. You know, like, taste the flavors, taste, you know, broths, you know, like, you know, make sure the seasoning on a meat is good. So take, like, a decently kind of cooked piece of meat, take a little thing about it, taste it, see how good it is, shit like that. And honestly, there's merit to it. So it's like, just extrapolate that to this shit. It's like, yeah, guess what? You know, like, the cooks / workers are the ones who made, or I guess cooked, in this instance, you know, the fucking thing. It's like, yeah, you got a whole bunch of it, but guess what? You know, the cooks have to at least take a little bit of it in order to make sure it's done right. And, you know, done to your specifications. So, They're getting a little bit of that pie one way or another, bitch. Oh my god, that's clogged beyond belief. I press it down just a little bit and it's like, nope. It's a fucking sealed chamber. Oops. I mean, I can honestly think about like that whole fucking like that whole analogy about like, you know, cooks, you know, taste testing shit. Make sure it's done right. And kind of like, quote, taking their cut of the pie. I mean, it can be used in so many different examples. Like, you know, make sure that like the noodles are to the right consistency by taking one of the noodles out, you know, while it's going, seeing how good it is. And if it's done, you know, if it's to the right consistency, then you can drain the water out and shit like that. You know, again, making sure the sauce is done right, you know, make sure that, like, you know, the meat's, you know, to the good consistency and not raw. Raw. It's fucking raw. You know, like, all these different things. I mean, and you have to take a cut of the pie in order to do so. And when it comes to workers and their production of the things that they're making, you know, use an example of like some dish and they're giving it to like these fucking, you know, underclass shits and shit. It's like, hey, at your buffet, you know, at these buffets and shit, chefs kind of have the first pickings a little bit because they're the ones who made it in the first place. Same thing for the workers. They're the ones who made it in the first place. They should have at least, you know, some of the first little pickings of it, and then y'all can have your fucking shares of it. Because you're the ones who, like, made sure that the establishment was there and all the equipment was there, blah, 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 blah. Or we're the ones who made sure that your jobs are here in the first place. Blah, 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 blah. That's their bullshit. Shouldn't a banana have a tailpipe? Shouldn't weed out of a bong? Shouldn't weed out of a bong? Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, this cooking talk is making me more hungry. So, the further I delve into it, the more likely I'm gonna venture off into some delicious food. Amazing goodness. Some mac and cheese and some burritos. Like, pressurize it enough and bam. BAM! Go ahead and eat good food also. I'm almost to the 420 mark, so I'm gonna wait just a little bit. In fact, I'm gonna look for a potential meme. Maybe. Or something. Mr. Incredible will become a candy. Your bed. Okay. Okay. I'm down for this. Let's look at some memes. Let's analyze. We got just, yeah, standard, just like, alright, you know. Honestly, that wouldn't be too bad. Like, you're kind of taking like a little cat nap. You know, you're kind of like reading a book or checking something out online or something. You got a little laptop, or you're like, man, I'm kind of feeling like a little nap. Kind of want to just kind of lay back and chill. You know, you can kind of stuff a laptop underneath or whatever the fuck underneath there, you know, just right between the legs, boom. It ain't too bad, you know. I think that's a meritable fucking, you know, photo right there. I think that's an meritable Mr. Incredible, right there. Let's look at some memes. Jimmy Dore noises intensify. Not those memes. Not Jimmy Dore memes. Just some Mr. Incredible memes. And so far, you know, I think, you know, I think there's some accuracy to this meme right here so far. Alright. I mean, I'm assuming that, like, when it comes to this mattress right here, you know, like, covers and, you know, blanket and pillow, all that is to your, you know, discretion. I'm assuming this is, you know, just kind of a template. You know, what, you know, can be added for, like, you know, for, like, you know, bed cover, you know, and all that stuff. I'm just assuming. I mean, unless, you know, we go forth. But assuming that, you know, it's kind of a template, you know, to kind of what you can add, you know, to that. I mean, it's like, alright, you know, I mean, it's just kind of a standard little single bed, you know, it's what I got going on, so this is kind of like my generic vibe that I feel like when I, you know, kind of go into my room. I'm like, alright, got my bed, I can just kind of plop back and just like, alright, oh, you know, so it's like, yeah, you know, I can relate to this. This is a very relatable, you know, like, you know, transition into phase 2 here for, you know, a canny Mr. Incredible. This is a excellent, relatable, you know, analysis, I think, you know, to this picture. Yeah, I like it, you know. So far, I think, you know, we got a very relatable meme right here. Oh, shit, we got some comforter. Oh, you know what? It wasn't just a template. That was literally what you had to work with. And you know what? There was times where I've done that before, and it's whatever, you know, like, okay, you know what, it's whatever, it's just like, it's okay, but now you got this, now, see, this is, I mean, minus, like, that kind of king-size, queen-size thing that we got going on here, I mean, you know, it's just like, you know, we got some fanciness, you know, it's just like, hey, this is kind of what I got going on right here. And you know what? And that is the vibe, actually. You know what? Honestly, it is honestly more accurate than I even thought. Because it's like, you know, maybe the music isn't necessarily back where it's like, you know, maybe it ain't going that far, you know, music-wise. But the aesthetic, the vibe, Mr. Incredible going on like, you know, hey, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what? I can relate. I can relate because it's how I feel. Especially with little Zukov over here, when he's all excited, you know, kind of looking at me, looking, you know, knowing I'm ready to go to bed, and I'm like, come here, buddy. And he hops on, and he just kind of little, boop, kind of pounces with all 4 of his little feet, you know, just kind of jumps up and just pounces, you know, and, you know, right in my bed, and just kind of cuddles up next to me and shit. It's like, hey, you know, I mean, it's such a relatable, yeah, this is a very relatable meme right now. Ooh, hey, that's a vibe. Oh, shit. Okay, hold up. Okay, so it's, okay, so the frame is in the shape of a, like, at least the end pieces are in the shape like it's a sofa. So if you were to, like, to sit up on your pillows, you have like a sofa to lay on. But if you're sitting at the very end of it, you're sitting on the sofa piece. And then you got like this lounge thing on the side. Like, hold on, let's just actually expand this and analyze that. Oh my god, it is. It's like a lounge sofa. Oh my god. And then you got like a little fucking like speaker system over there. And then like some bookshelf. Oh my god. Yes. This is... Oh. Dude, that vibe right there that Mr. Incredible's got going on. That is the vibe. Yes. You know what? Hold on. These need to be flipped. Nope. Nope. The picture before. Okay, so the Mr. Incredible prior, like before this one, is actually accurate to this one. That Mr. Incredible is accurate to the bed before this one. Like, I mean, like, I don't know. That's my personal opinion. I feel like the faces of Mr. Incredible here of the candiness and the epicness is flipped around, and I feel like this is the only thing that is mildly unrelatable, but nonetheless, I'd feel the same way. I mean, I'm not trying to invalidate the fucking, you know, but I don't know. I feel like this right here is a little bit more accurate to the other one. Oh shit, yep, you feel like royalty in that. Oh my god, the music for this, Jesus Christ. And, is that a, hold on, is that a fish tank? No, that's just like, oh my god, that's like a reflective, like, oh no, it is, it is. Yeah, no, that, no, oh, yeah, it absolutely is explainable, dude. A fish tank, you get to sleep underneath a goddamn fish tank, bro? Dude, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. That is a relatable expression. Oh! It gets even better. Not only do you sleep under a fish tank, your bedroom's a fish tank. Yes. Dude, that's a vibe. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, you're just like a literal angelic biblical god. Like you're literally a biblical angel. What is this? Get the, oh my god, I hate how that's up there. Holy fuck, it's like some futuristic, like, I don't know, I'd take the aquarium bedroom, bro. Bruh, I'd take the aquarium bedroom. I mean, I want this, like, fucking frame. I want that specific bed in there. But I literally want it underwater. Inside a fish tank. Like, the literal biblical angel. That bed. In here. In this room. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. That is what needs to be done. That is what that's what I need. Right there. That is beautiful. Honestly, I think out of all the Mr. Incredible memes, I feel like that was probably, at least for the canny memes, that's probably the most relatable. Legit, probably the most relatable. At least accurate to my personal feelings when it comes to that. Like, if I, like, outside of, like, you know, like some ranch cabin in the woods or some shit, like, if I had, like, the ultimate fuck you money, yeah, I'd have, like, a secret, like, establishment, like, or some secret compound that, unironically, would be underwater. Or at least partially. Like, I'd buy one of those, like, fucking British forts, or, like, buy some old-ass fucking oil rig, take off a lot of the fucking shit, maybe, like, smelt a lot of the old parts and components and blah, 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 and fucking, like, reconfigure that into, like, you know, on the surface, like, kind of like a basic kind of, like, you know, my hangout area, my hangout house and shit, have some things there, and then, you know, have, like, a fucking elevator shaft that actually, you know, goes into this big-ass fucking compound underneath, like, you know, like 100 feet deep, or like, you know, 50 feet deep or some shit, and that's my house. You know, or some shit like that, where it's just like, you know, we just vibing, we just chilling, you know, like, you know, and it can be nice and broad part of day, and you can look up and you can still see the sun up there and all that shit, but, you know, at the end of the day, you know, you're in the ocean, baby. You know, it's like that type of shit. That would be fucking cool. It didn't have, like a fucking, like, hangar, you know, that, like, lifts up into, like, you know, the actual, like, pad, like, the helicopter pad on the oil rig. So, it's just, like, you have, like, this fucking chamber, you know, where the helicopter kind of just chills in. You know, just, you know, surfaces. And then, like, you know, the actual fucking, like, you know, sealed chamber opens up and starts, you know, kind of, like, you know, like, you know, just folds itself underneath, and then just goes on the top of the elevator pad, If I had like Jeff Bezos amount of fucking money, that would be my compound. And then I have like, you know, the more casual fucking little ranch and estate, you know, if I want to be there for the winters and shit. And then, you know, yeah, those would be my 2 pads. Like, I wouldn't, like, you know, maybe like, you know, some like require, you know, more like quiet, like, you know, isolated area where it's like, you know, total, like, you know, literal bumblefuck Alaska where like pretty much only like my family knows about or some shit, you know, and that'd be it. Just like 3 pads and only 2 of them are public, and that'd be it. Or at least public enough to where be like, oh yes, you know, he has a crazy fucking compound or shit like that. But even then, what the compound surely is will be secrecy. It's like, oh yes, there's a derelict that's been kind of makeshift into kind of a fancy compound. But that's it. You know, it being underwater, all the crazy fucking shit, they don't see that. So, it's just like, if I had the ultimate fucking money, and have that bed in my bedroom be that room, then I'd be basically the biblical angelic angel description. Just like, you know, lording over all sentience. Below my, you know, below the sea level in my ocean compound. But anyway, I'm gonna get myself some food. So, I'm gonna smoke this last fun little bowl and call it good for the evening. Because I kind of meant to do that earlier. Anyway, I'll call it good for the rest of this little fun evening. I'll probably stream a little bit tomorrow in the afternoon, but we'll see. But nonetheless, either way, I'll be back for the next one. So, toodaloo and Rickle Pick, bitch.